Welcome back to the final event for the Birmingham Open Major here in OCE Championship Sunday. Yummy cheese, man. I've been looking forward to this one. We'll talk about the situation, but it's going to be great.
Yeah, I thought you were jacketing up, like full suit jacket or something.
No. Just not too, come on, we're still online. Don't want to get too crazy, but, I just thought I'd throw the little jacket over the top of the T-shirt. It's like the esports attire of today's world, I think. But how are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Ready for, for sending another team over to the major. We already sent one, which was a bit of a surprise to us. But today there's a 3-horse race in that upper side of the lower bracket.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a moment. But even for wildcard, the team that has already secured their spot to Birmingham, they're still playing for seeding as well. We know how crucial that is. I think the OCE siege, you're either playing Furia or Carmine Corp. So good luck in those matchups. But yeah, wildcard will certainly, you'd think Yummy be wanting to win this and, have some momentum, lock in that number 1 seed.
Tosos already tweeted that he's ready for another 2-3 in Swiss, so he's geared up, ready for Birmingham. Hopefully, you know what? Today's a good chance for wildcard to hit the ball. I'll be honest, because yesterday they didn't really get a lot of practice doing that.
Yeah, I think early on there was some questionable moments. I think even Big T, the man himself, he was on ice skates early. I saw LBP in the chat saying he was the drift king. He was everywhere, but a little bit all over the shop. But they got the job done. It was still a 4-1 victory. But as you mentioned, today all eyeballs in our top 6 will be on the 3 remaining teams that are in contention. As we do take a quick look here at the points, you can see Wildcard securing their spot, Yummy, but Scrims World Chiefs, TSM, are right there, ready to take that second spot.
For sure. I mean, the points look really close right now. That's partly because Chiefs are actually guaranteed a little bit more, but right now, in terms of actual points, they're on the same amount of TSM, which means that Scrims is 3 points ahead. That could lead to an interesting tiebreaker, CJ. At the end of the day, if Scrims were to come 3-4 and either Chiefs, it has to be Chiefs, were to go to the grand final and lose against, whoever goes from the other side of the bracket.
Indeed, we will find out as we take a look at the bracket as well. You can see there we have 5 matches today, potentially some more if we do get a tiebreaker, potentially a 6th match, starting off with 2-man power, but that upper side of the lower bracket here, TSM Scrims, winner playing Chiefs. They're our qualification matches. And wildcard, just sitting down there, sitting pretty, waiting for the chaos to unfold.
2-man versus power is, I guess, sort of the battle of, it's not the wooden spoon, but it's like the wooden spoon of the top teams at this point in time. Not in contention for the major. Power have a lot to prove considering how strong they looked at the very start of the season and didn't quite, manifest anything there. 2-man caused some upsets, including taking down Prodigy in the bracket stage. So they have a chance to at least prove themselves somewhat.
And it would be a very OCE thing as well if, we're sending our 2 teams across to the major and, a team like Power comes out and wins the final event and obviously are still not in contention. We'll head over to Birmingham, Yummy, and everyone will be saying, who's the informed team? Wildcard might be the number 1 seed, but who won the last event? And we'll say, Team Power. They're not here. I think they're about 5th in the standings. So it could happen.
Yeah. Now, the positivity in me, me, I'm a positive person, would say, chance to send another team to the major. But the negative, the toxic, the morgy side of me would say, not only is it the chance of the major on the line, but also roster shuffles are on the line. You lose today, and I don't think that team sticks together. I've got one question for you, though, CJ. A team like Scrims, who probably didn't come in with high expectations this split to at least make the major, maybe contend for the major, but they've exceeded maybe even their own expectations in the last event. And they're a good bunch of mates. If they were to lose in this first round, which would bomb them out of the major, would they make a roster change?
Well, the talk after OCE Open 2 is obviously, lax in stocks. We just went through the roof. with his performance in that grand final. So I'd say that he could be a candidate, looking at a TSM, a Chiefs, I guess just depending on who doesn't make it through. So there's a chance there, but, Scrims, the way they played in that OCE Open too, if they can find it again, there's no reason to make a change at all. They just need to do it today. And also the OCE purists, we mentioned it yesterday. Are we trying to keep EU from winning an OCE event? And I'm a Chiefs fan, but OCE, the only region where a European player has not won still.
I think that keeps us safe, though. If you're a fan of them, they're going to lose. We see that in Rebellion. We see that in Chiefs. We see Renegades completely fall apart after you're, so closely tied to them. So I think we're safe that EU's not going to win OCE yet.
Well, we'll talk about Chiefs later on in that semi-final, but for now, we do need to focus on our first matchup. It's an elimination match, lower bracket. It's two men taking on Power, a team where, maybe they could be able to take out the entire event, but Power looked decent yesterday. It was a game 7 I'd say they looked decent without being convincing in their series. It was a topsy-turvy one, but they got the job done.
You're really trying to be nice here, aren't you? And I know that there's an undertone of disappointment.
Yeah, there is a little bit. I thought Prodigy didn't... I don't know what happened in that game. That for people that weren't watching that game yesterday, the first it was about 6-2 to Power. Game 2 was 4-1 to Prodigy. Then it was 4-1 to Power. Then it was 5-0 to Prodigy. So I don't know what to read into it, but they're here. They got the win in Game 7 in a kickoff goal, I think it was, to get them through. And how are we thinking in this match?
Well, we haven't seen too much of two-man, obviously. We saw them in the upper bracket against Chiefs. Chiefs is a tough task for anyone to take on. So it will be really exciting to see how some of the old dogs of two-man, Negative, who has consistently been able to make runs. Tonio, who, I'll be honest, Tonio could have been in the same shoes as Luna. The way that I felt like his standing... He's come up. He took some time off and came back. He's thought about retiring on multiple occasions, but I thought that he could have been the one to make a step up at one point, and he just hasn't been able to do it. Maybe this is the season for it.
Well, Power as well. They got a top 4 in the first event. Second event was very disappointing. I think they lost to Oi Oi to finish out top 8. This should be a top 4 team, or around the mark at least 4-5. I'm going to predict them. I think they should get the job done here, Power. And I think if they're going to be a contender against Wildcard later on in the bracket, it needs to be more convincing than what we saw yesterday, Yomi.
Who's your boy on Power? Who's the man who's going to step up?
Who's my boy? Well, I think Gus the Bus has the highest ceiling, but also his floor isn't as high as perhaps, a Shores or a Rez or a Scrub. I think that they're kind of more of consistent players. But I think if Gus pops off, he's a guy that could be the factor in beating, a Wildcard or a top team. But I think he needs to play well.
Plus, you were supporting him all last season, so I think that's fair enough. And we look down at the other end over at two-man. I think we need to back somebody in that. And as I said, I'm going to back Tonio to be the performer in this match. But I do agree with you. I think Power are going to be just a little too good here and take this one out. Maybe not in a 4-0 like some of your calls yesterday were.
Yeah, I think I was pretty good in the 4-0s. I don't know if I predicted Power to 4-0 Prodigy, but they need to be better than that. I think that this two-man roster can beat them if Power play like they did yesterday. It was way too inconsistent. It went to 7. So they need to step up, but, Tonio, you've picked him. He is my boy, or one of. We know that from previous seasons, so... It's certainly a chance for him to get into it, but we are
in the two-man roster. Yes. Who's the one left out?
Well, what do you mean? I haven't said Tony. I haven't said Sour or Negative on the other side.
Yeah, I know, but it's a two-man roster, so there's.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's the name of the team.
Well, they just picked up someone else. Whether it was, I think Tonio's he's the leader, isn't he, of this team, the Big T.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Negative. Maybe it's Sour. He's got to get head on his shoulders. And he's had some great results in the past too. I've always, I was going to say, we've always seen Sour be able to step up when needed, but so has Scrub right here. Great first touch, had the follow. Rez was hanging in the back line, making sure that there was no defender left.
Really liked that first or even second touch from Scrub. You could see Tonio getting set up for Scrub's reset, and he just took that one extra over the top and then turned it into the reset. So that's just a little spacing thing that you can appreciate from Scrub there, really recognising where the defenders were. Job done. First goal on the board. I mean, we know they can start well, though, like this.
Yep. They can start great. It's looking good for a 5-1 here as Gus, your man, ends up stepping up for the second goal. Great setup by Rez too. Just beating out the man, hitting it off the post when the defender was able to save it. So great recognition there.
And this is where I do need to be a little bit hesitant on my confidence in Power. Yesterday, I have to remind you, it was a 6-2 against Prodigy. I believe I said I think they're a tier above them. And then it went to 7 as Scrub off the ceiling. Nearly makes it 3 in 40 seconds. They are game winners for sure.
They were meant to be, the clear number 4 team at the beginning of the season, and they looked, to cement that after the first event. You can always have that off day, that off event, which for them has cost them dearly in chances for the major, but they could still very well prove that they are that number 4 team today. Being said, Sour trying to just generate something, but getting shut down very quickly by Power.
Yeah, they've kind of stabilised here too, man. After the first couple of goals they have conceded. There's negative with an infield of Tonio, but he doesn't land it. And look at this, Rez straight on the case. Downfield redirect, Sour in big trouble. Gus can find the double over the top. He's actually going to take the reset. Nice patience, though, from the two-man defence. But, I mean, look at this. Power just all over them. Antonio with 100 boost. Doesn't read that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Looks like he pre-jumps a powerful shot. He gets caught on the corner and ends up jumping downwards, uses extra momentum and physics to miss the ball rather than go down and hit it.
A really good start here from Team Power. And as you said, it's tough coming into this season, coming into this split. You are putting them as a real contender, probably the 4th team if you're just looking on paper. Kind of the leftovers of OCE in the top, which is kind of what we always have. I feel like, there's that one team where kind of everyone else has made roster changes around and they're left to form, but they still had a chance. But as we said, it's all about consistency. When the other teams are so good, you can't afford a top 8 result.
Yeah, I think the most disappointing part of that was Gus's kind of fall there, because in the off season he was actually playing for wildcard. Yeah. Didn't quite go well enough in terms of the results, and they made a last-minute change, which also caused a shuffle of everyone else, which is probably some of the reasons why Scrub and Shaw's ended up kind of in this scenario as well.
I think with Gus... Oh! Let's talk about that in a second. Rez has found himself downfield. The little 1-2 with the deflection. That's a bullet.
He sped that up with a slight redirect. Almost seems physically impossible, but Shaw's has, of course, shown that he can do anything. And a 4-0 lead only halfway through the game. As you said, they look to get very, very strong starts. They
love game ones. Just getting back to that Gus situation, obviously on the former wildcard roster, the wildcard roster, former Power roster for the FIFA E-World Cup. And I think that was still, probably we're mentioning Gus needing to step up and perform and having perhaps a lower floor. I think that was a factor in the roster move. Obviously, FIFA E wasn't too hot. I think they took a couple of draws in the 1-1s, the best of 2s, but Gus's, I'd say his inconsistency was a big factor. You look at Banana Head, who they've obviously brought back into the team. He's just know what you're going to get with him every single game. He plays the same style, whereas sometimes Gus can take over a series, other times he goes missing. So perhaps that was
he seems very confidence based. I remember the first time he was on a good team on Chiefs, right? And he looked woeful in the very first series he played on that team, I'll be honest. And then all of a sudden, second and third events, once he started getting more comfortable being in a top team, he looked so much better.
Yeah, and I think that is plays a large factor as well. When you have a Torsos and Fever who are so accomplished, their expectations and I guess demands of their teammates is quite high, and perhaps not the right environment for a Gus. Whereas a Banana Head, He's right up to the task, similarly with his international experience. You know what you want to get from him. So I think that environment certainly suits a Banana Head. Maybe just didn't suit a Gus.
Just depends on the individual at the end of the day. We're all very different. I know, I'm a very nervous person. CJ, you don't really get nervous, do you?
Yeah, I definitely get nervous. I certainly was one that, you like getting that positive reassurance. The communication was a big factor. So, some people prioritise that more. Some are more on the mechanical side or things like that. But that's the beauty of Rocket League. I always say it's 95% mental now without having actual percentages. But I just think that's how important it is in the game.
How important it was to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Other players, you've got the likes of Banana Head in OCE. Very mechanics focused, but he's got a good brain behind him as well. This pass. Pre-jump out. Scrub slams at top corner. Not even a defender there, and he still hits top bins.
Yeah, I think we're turning game one into a podcast, and very similar to yesterday. There's no real reason to chat about the gameplay because Power look... Well, I want to say it again. I said after the Prodigy, they look a tier above this team. They look like a top 4 team right now. Whether game 2 goes the same way, it should if they just continue this form. But remains to be seen. Gus again with a double. They have 7 coming up right here. Negative nowhere near this ball. Scrub, can he find one past Tonio? Double commit, no one hits it. Power with 6 in game 1. A very good start.
Very strong beginning. Scrub, of course, leading from the front with a hat-trick. Getting the first goal as well, but all-around good team effort. And your boy, Gus, getting a little bit more involved than we saw even from him yesterday, despite them winning yesterday. And despite him being the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, still 2 goals, though. You can't really complain. If you've got nearly 400 points in your bottom fragging on the
He's still
scoreboard.
double the points of Negative, who was 2 man's highest.
Yeah, you'd take that every day of the week. Hat-trick from Scrub, MVP performance from him, but a well-rounded team effort from Power, who just absolutely dominated that game. There's no real 2 ways about that one. 2-man could not get into it at all. They had 2 shots, only 2 saves as well, so really struggled at both ends.
Don't know exactly what they can do, but we will see whether it is just that game 1 blessing of Power. They're able to start so strongly, and with 2-man, this is going to be the game that almost determines the series. They have to fight back now.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes it can be hard if you're a team Power because you just say to each other, let's just do the same thing again. And then you kind of forget what you actually were doing, which perhaps that played a factor in the Prodigy series where it felt like they knew how to play. They found a play style that worked. And then the next game, they concede 4 goals to nothing and have a clean sheet against them. Let's find out if 2-man can warm up now. You can always say first game warm-up is a bit of copium yummy. We're about to find out.
Go to game 2. Start seeing some connections coming out from 2-man and maybe a chance of attack unless, of course, Rez cleans it up, takes it away, gets the pass across, and Negative this time back and already half the saves in game 2 that they had in game 1.
I like the way that Power really, adopting this 3-man pass play, spreading the field. Looks quite nice, but this is big trouble. And, there's the mistakes that we just didn't see at all in game 1. You can see Rez, midfield, gets beaten for free. Scrub just misses the ball.
Scrub was so focused on not getting the boost, but taking the boost away, that he ends up putting himself in an awkward position for that challenge. It's really hard when you're kind of front post facing backwards to a player that has control of the ball to even win a 50, let alone not get beaten. And so, realistically, in hindsight, the best situation there would have been to ignore that boost, but in hindsight's 2020.
And this is the big difference we saw yesterday. When Power are behind, they play far different and they get almost too aggressive. You saw in game 1, they scored 6 goals, Yummy, but they weren't overcommitting. They kind of just picked apart. They found their moments and capitalised. When they are behind, it feels like it gets a little bit rushy and things can change very fast. If this isn't a carbon copy of yesterday, I don't know what is. 2-0.
Another one set up by Tonio, putting the pressure on once again. Scrub facing from in front of the ball and facing backwards, but he cut off both of his teammates there. A little bit of maybe lack of communication, lack of understanding where they were, because they had much better clears.
Perhaps the first goal is the keys to victory against this power lineup. Two-man, though, give them credit. They've been more aggressive. Certainly a shift from that first game. The great man Chicago has always said, Yummy, if you're going to lose, you may as well lose playing your way. And I think game one was certainly not the style that two-man wanted. Here's Rez for a double. Nice save by Negative. You see Tonio biding his time. And just a lot more space this game for two-man.
They've upped the pace as well in terms of their tiki-taka. Call back to their old team name as well, with their ability to just follow up on each other's touches, some good passes back and forth. It's made it awkward for Power to get any control of the ball. Once again, Scrub from in front of the ball, and it's almost being costly. Negative. He was just a touch faster there. He almost would have had an open net. Now Scrub, he's passed it into centre. Not sure what Scrub is doing. It's 3 in a row.
And I think Rez down the other end saved an open net as well, trying to redirect it on. But Tonio has found a free play double touch in the centre. 3-0. Power with 6 goals in game one have not found the scoreboard yet in the second.
You know, big ups Tonio. He takes a break. He hasn't been competing at the top for quite a while now. Still able to score lovely doubles like that one. Just a little bit of control on that first touch to ensure that he can make an easy follow-up on the second.
And if this game doesn't really sum up why we have our question marks on Power, and I guess, you know, in one moment you can say, well, look at this top 4 team, and in another moment they're 3-0 down against a team they should be beating and beat easily in game one. Just too inconsistent right now. Scrub. This is the touch. Sauer tries to throw that one across. Rez, can he get the first goal on the board? Tonio doesn't get there. They find one.
Interesting that he was able to get that past the defender. This first touch was so slow. Tonio had a lot of boost, but he just pauses so much at the back. Doesn't expect the extra speed, it seems. Missed it by a mile.
Missed it by a mile. 2 minutes 12. Still a lot of time. But currently Power just a little bit inside their own heads, I'd say, with a few mistakes. See if they can capitalise. Still plenty of time on the clock. They don't need to force things too much. They should be able to find an opening. They are good enough to. Rez, corner. Nice cut from Negative. You can see Scrub was right there, ready to go. Goes sideball double himself. Negative keeps it to the side. Gus tries to stay active. There's a shot on wide. They probably went a bit early there, Yummy. They've lost pressure now.
We talked a lot about the different play styles and, oh my goodness, the different thoughts of players in these games. And Negative, I think, is the one that epitomises that difference to me more than anyone else. He's very focused on kind of just reading the play. He's very smart about knowing where his opponents are as well as teammates. He goes for a lot of low 50s rather than trying to go for the more mechanical plays, which is almost completely the opposite of what a lot of players and maybe the likes of Laxon, for example, are, where their pure focus is on themselves and what mechanical plays they can pull off, and both of them seem to find success in their own ways.
Yeah, it's a beauty of Rocket League. You can play it many different ways as Power have been keeping pressure on. You mentioned Negative as well. Here is Shaw's coming across. He's actually reminds me a bit of Archie. I was speaking to Archie as well on the pod, and he thinks of things similarly. He said, I'm not that mechanical person. I can't just get out of jail with my mechanics, and just kind of seeing the game more like a football pitch, you know, reading the situation. Do I need to go for a bump? What's the optimal play here? And really simplifying things, which is very similar to Negative.
Yeah, that's always a good strategy to have. A good idea is sometimes it's not about being as mechanically good as you can, but about making every touch, every play you possibly can as high percent chance, which often means that you go for the easier play rather than maybe a more mechanical play, the one that has a bit more risk to it. It's working out at the moment, especially when you've got a 2-goal lead, to hold on to a lead without going for anything crazy. And two-man fought back, not the same to and throw levels that we saw yesterday, but we also might see two-man be able to hold on to it from here.
Yeah, but that's just a really impressive performance from two-man. I mean, how quickly did that game get away from Power? I said they've got time. They're only 2 goals down now, 2 minutes 12 on the clock. But, I mean, apart from a moment of pressure from Power, they didn't look like scoring, although they were in attack. And And is a credit to two-man. You mentioned negative, just able to calm things down. Tonio capitalising down the other end. And really just a strong performance. They didn't have to do too much to get the job done.
A few of these goals, pretty much all three of the goals from two-man, were about getting Power on the back foot, getting a little bit of space and when they're on defense, and forcing the likes of Power to be facing backwards. And in fact, Scrub, for the most part, being the last man back, facing backwards, cutting off some teammates, just causing a little bit of panic that you don't expect, especially from a player like Scrub.
Well, I don't want to sound like a prophet, Yummy, but I did call this in game one. Let's not get ahead of ourselves for the Team Power fans. Yes, quickly enough, they can
That's
find
weird
us.
because off broadcast you were calling yourself the Rocket League Prophet. And
that's interesting of you to say that.
As a seer, who's winning the entire event? Who's making it to the major? Oh my goodness! Well, I guess we don't know. Gus is going to shut us up.
Yeah, because this guy can just do this. I mean, if he keeps doing it, he can beat anyone. Look at the air dribble, so much control. Keeps the ball and himself as close as possible so he can scoot ahead, find the air dribble bump. The first goal in 6 seconds. This side either starts hot or they're losing. I think that's what we got to work out.
So much of that goal as well is set up by the threat of Gus too. He always looked like he was about to be able to flip reset, just rotates through the ball for a little extra touch, and well, because he was threatening the flip reset, there was no commit early enough, and that made the air dribble bump possible.
Really nice intercept here by Tonio. Just bought a bit of time for this two-man roster to get involved. Wifty comes through. Sour shot on. No. Oh, a negative landed underneath and made this front post defense very awkward. And Scrub misses the flick.
Rez turned down a rule one right there. Definitely could have just kept driving forward, but ended up getting bumped away instead.
Well, as long as he didn't break it himself, because that would be terrible karma, as we all know. 1-0 still for Power. So find a way out. And get a second here. Double commit. And two-man, but they still have boost to work with. Negative actually does really well, forces the 50, as does Sour. It's in the lap of Rez. Here by Tonio. It's Gus. Works the ball forward.
I was interested to see that he took that ball up to the wall. It is a place that Gus likes to be, but he had so much space to turn that back into centre and give himself a few more options and even a pass option. Is still looking to get a pass option going. Just hitting it around the corner, keeping it close to that backboard. It's a comfortable position for the two-man defense, but not for very long. Rez has opened it up.
This is all we haven't seen. You can see the bumps coming through. Gus just stays around zero boost, forces Sour to push out a net. Rez gets the open net. That's a physical play that, compared to a wild card, I'd say, a banana head tall sauce that is so bump heavy. Even Chiefs have gone for that style. I really think Power haven't incorporated that into their offense yet, Yummy.
No, we sometimes see Scrub do it because he does like to hang so far forward. So on his rotation back, he might go for one. But for the most part, I've been pretty relaxed. Not too overly aggressive. Gus gets one demo, but he's immediately back. And it's not really when there's a passage of play going Power's way. Here's a good demo on Tonio, so maybe they are starting to heat it up. Just going to fill in over the pass. 1, 2, 3, and Rez gets the third.
That is absolutely beautiful from Power. This is what we want to see more of. The three-man pass play. Scrub so unselfish. Could have shot near post. Instead, he flicks it far post for the third man to come in. Great goal and a fantastic team play.
Exactly right. Tonio was covering that close shot, and so without Scrub probably even being able to see the defender, he makes the call to go for the pass. Real heads-up play, and lights-out play, as they would say.
3 goals to the good of Team Power. Half a game left if two-man can get involved, but so far the recipe is score first in your Team Power, and they're going to keep running away with it and give that confidence. But if they do concede the first goal, they seem to struggle to find their way back in. So this game looks to be Power's to take, and a series lead are able to continue this for 2 more minutes.
Like the pinch play out there from Rez, because it doesn't commit him, but it forces an immediate response out from the defense and boost usage from them. Scrub is trying to get a 50 there against Sour. Doesn't want to get beaten to his own half. Doesn't want to give a pinch opportunity. It's obviously good when you have a 3-goal lead as this goes spilling out into centre. Sauer wins a bit of a challenge over to Scrub. Picked up by Gus. Has the chance at a double! And it's just off target.
Rez was around as well to get the finish, but couldn't find the touch in the end. Scrub still keeping the ball in. Just 90 seconds left. 2-man, though. They're not getting this ball down the other end at all. You can see Scrub stealing more boost. Gus just waiting on the wall for a free touch. Rez is going to turn instead. You see Scrub now. It's a huge beat in the midfield. Sauer has to backtrack. It's a bad double commit there from 2-man. Rez off the wall. Gets a skim. Showing some of the mech there. But this is Power at their best.
He's got those skimmy dim sims under wrap. He got the first goal with that, but one's a much more difficult one. Speaking of, Rez has got a difficult double from one end to the other.
Love when this roster can get together. They're almost too clean. I don't want to be critical in the wrong way here. You know what I mean? They don't really find the dirty goals. They want to hit the 1v3s, the double taps, the skims, the 3-man pass plays. They want to play pure Rocket League. Whereas I think some of the other teams just are happy to, find a couple of bumps and force one in.
You would say that because you were the king of dirty goals, but I will say you've got somewhat of a point. Is sometimes, especially when you want to cause upsets, you got to play a little dirty. You got to rely on creating some chaos and maybe taking a few extra risks that lead to those lucky goals that can win not just a game but a series. Oh no, this is trouble. 2v1. And Negative can't get back. 5th goal on the board, and it's a repetition of yesterday with the back and forth nature of this series.
It's just so silly. They can win 6-0, take a game off, score 1 goal. Now they're 5-0. They can probably win 6-0 again here with 31 seconds left. Oh, we see
Maybe
it from
this
them.
is their protest against best of 7s. They wanted to just be best of 5s or even best of 3s.
Oh, well, they're going to give one up. We drew a little bit of a mistake. That's kind of the... I feel like this is the Power on the even number games, not the odd numbers that we're used to seeing. Just a random whiff every now and then. But no harm done. Still 4 goals up.
What do you think of that kickoff strategy? Is he trying to lose it on the ground and it just popped up? Or?
Yeah, it's gone way too hard. I think he's just accidentally pinched it off the back corner. Big trouble. Look at this pre-jump play, though. When I talk about pretty Rocket League, figure number 1 right here. 6-1. It's Rez and Gus. Look at all the space. Reset pass. Too easy.
And fortunately, a great part of that play was just the fact that Shores didn't get too much power after that flip reset. Everyone's done that. They've got a flip reset and has accidentally just gone to the roof afterwards. You just got that little extra to beat the defender and still allow a pre-jumped Gus to reach it.
10 seconds left. Power have scored 6 goals for the second time in this series alone. Scrub doesn't get that one. Can they get the Brazil? Rez wants to keep this in. Perhaps one more fake comes through. Negative just drops it on the ground. Perhaps a timeout here for 2-man, Yummy, because Power are cruising.
I think they should, but we know OCE players. They're going to wait till they're on the absolute back foot 3 games down before they call it. And it looks like that's going to be the case. We haven't seen a timeout call it.
Particularly, when you do lose 6-1. You can wait if it's a 1-goal game and perhaps, they just got a little bit unlucky, but this wasn't luck at all. This was 14 shots to 4. This was completely dominant. Rez has put 4 goals in the back of the net, but they're happy with it. 2-man, don't need to call a timeout. He's going to keep playing rock.
I think a lot of teams almost think about it as like, we lose 2 in a row, then that's when we're going to call it. Because obviously it's been back and forth. And 2-man will just think that it can easily get into your head that that was just an off game. You just started off slow and it cascaded, it avalanched against you. And that may well be the case if 2-man do manage to get the first goal here. It seems that whoever gets the first goal just starts ploughing through.
You mentioned yesterday when it gets to a Game 7 OT, it's just a it's a golden goal. And maybe this series should just be golden goal, the way it's played out. We'll find out right here as we're jumping in to game number 4. Can Power move to match point? Can 2-man tie up the series? I have literally zero idea, even though I should be confident in Power.
Even though you are the Rocket League prophet, you still cannot read the chaos, the strings of chaos here. that come out from a power series. And oh my goodness, I thought Negative had it, but he just didn't have enough boost.
Even the difference already, like the pace has been picked up from two-man. That's a nice demo to relieve some pressure, but it feels like they're winning 50s all of a sudden. They're finding demos. This is a different two-man team. Clearly they like the even number games.
What will Scrub do? He looks to slow it down, maybe gives his teammates a bit more time to move up with him. And it's worked out well as Rez. Straight shot on! What a save by Tonio. That's goal line stuff right there.
He had 0 boost and still managed to get the ball on the wrong way. At least just keep it out of net. That thing was 75, 80% in. Still 0-0. Nice stuff from two men on the defense. Here's Scrub, 100 boost, ceiling reset. Negative meets him. Rez trying to control. Huge flick. I'm not sure where this defense has gone. They double committed. Gus has got to get the free goal. And do we just call game over?
Let's go to game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Already called a timeout for two-man. The first goal has been a devastating blow, and a lot of that's got to be, I think, even the confidence of Gus when he's in the lead. He's willing to go for a lot more plays once he has that goal buffer. In the first goal, crucial step here, but it could be quickly turned around. Not much boost on two-man, despite them not being part of the play whatsoever. So they were just getting chased around the back half by Scrub.
Gus has done really well. Look at Rez. I think he's just caught under it. Yeah, he's not quite getting that one. He was on ice skates, just power slid under the aerial. This might be another power goal coming up right here. You can just see how much pressure they've got. If Scrub turned back post, he actually didn't get the corner boost, which is why he left, and they bumped each other this time. Tonio goes, but he's got no boost. It should be a free clear. Gus has just whiffed. And this is why you can never be sure, even when it looks comfortable. Tonio nearly gives up an open net. He's found himself, well, it's still going to be a goal anyway. I mean, a whiff turns to a goal. Fortune favours Team Power.
Yeah, I mean, it was pure chaos. Power showed that they were struggling to just recover from one mistake. They made a couple more afterwards, but that seems to have drawn the two-man members in. They see the mistakes. They think this is our time to pounce, and they were deadly wrong.
Man, pounce they did. Unfortunately, they're 2 goals down right now. Sauer, what can he do? It just feels like game over after that first goal. It's just a funny series. I don't know what Team Power keep doing, but you do mention the mindset factor. You do mention the likes of a Gus and Rocket League. I still believe it. 95% mental. Negative should be able to score here, though. He doesn't get the dribble he wanted. Scrub, nice defense.
It was all about a pure read there from Scrub, because from the angle, he wasn't in a great position to defend every single spot. He had to read what play Negative was going to go for, and he did so well. That's why he was able to make a save, and also why they're in attack once again. Rez, the crazy angle double.
Ridiculous. I thought maybe he was going to flip ahead of the ball and find the bump on Tonio, but, well, call me silly, because he's got 3 on it in the end. Finds the double off the backboard. Half the game to go, and, well, we could have another 6 goals in store here.
Wouldn't be surprised. In game 1, though, they had a lot more goals at this point in time. I think it was 5-0 at the 2-minute mark. So, improvement over there from two-man. We'll call it that.
Maybe they need you as the mindset, the mental coach there, just to radiate some positivity amongst the two-man lineup. But right now, I'm starting to think, why didn't they call the timeout? Because they're about to be on, well, facing triple match point here, two-man.
Yeah, well, hindsight, once again, can't really know exactly how that next game is going to go. They thought it was going to go back and forth. Still got it a minute 40 to put up a fight, but Power have been a team, as you said, to maybe not stretch beyond their means, keep it safe in terms of the gameplay. So very hard to make a 3-goal comeback, maybe impossible to make the 4.
Yeah, keep it safe, keep it pretty, and that's what they've done here. 4-0, 90 seconds remain. I like when am proven right on the timeout calls, but we've got a team coming up with the next series, Scrims World, who I kept just judging. I was thinking, what are they doing? Now they're 3-1 down, they're 3-2 down, Yummy. They should be calling the timeout earlier, but that team with Adam Baguette seemed to have a timeout buff that is unbelievable. So we'll see what they do in the BO7s later on. But for now, I really think two-man should have called that timeout.
Yeah, well, we are correct because they lost this game. They would have 100% won it had they called the timeout. So that's on them. The minute remaining is for them, maybe just a chance to get on the board. It's a similar story to all the games that they've lost, is that they've had barely any shots. They had 2 shots in the first game. I think they had 3 in game number 3 that they lost, and that was their 3rd shot right there of this game.
And they can also be the, we talk about mindset and mentality. They can also be the what's the point mentality as well, Yummy, where they don't call a timeout at all because they think, what are we really going to talk about here, boys? Let's just keep playing rock, which could still happen. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just run through into game number 5.
Mentality.
Yeah, just go for it. Who cares?
We know how to win. We don't need a timeout.
Good work.
Well, he's retired now, so maybe you should have thought about things a bit differently.
Yeah, well, they still took down Shopify Rebellion.
Well, that's not hard, is it?
I like the pitcher tab scrub and Gus getting involved. Sauer might be able to get the first. He has just not even tried to score in the end. Rez keeps it up. Do they want 5? Do they get 5? Gus is back flipping, following up.
You know the worst part of Sauer missing that goal? He's on 98 points.
Oh, no.
He missed the triple digits because he missed an open net.
Did he get one more touch, or is he still on 98?
He was on 96, and then he got that last touch.
You hate to see it. The sub 100 club, the double digits for Sauer. 3 shots to 7. It wasn't dominant that way, but I mean, just so limited on the saves. We do. Oh. Well.
Look who calls the timeout now when their back's against the wall and now they need to win 3 in a row.
I feel like a parent, the I told you so, you should have done it earlier, but 3 in a row is still possible. I don't know if it's because they're versing power and we saw what happened yesterday, or I've seen enough to be convinced they can win 3. I'm not sure, but we'll find out.
I think just the fact that Power have been able to sort of clamp down in a series where they haven't really been able to do that before might be a proof that they've just got too much momentum here. But is there something you expect from 2-man that could swing it the other way? Anything that could halt Power's momentum?
I like when they pick up the pace. I know that Negative isn't notoriously a fast player, though. We mentioned him being more of a tactical kind of guy, but even the start of that game, I thought, oh, hang on a minute. It kind of made me sit up a little bit. I thought 2-man are pushing forward. They're winning 50s because, well, if you got more, force equals mass times acceleration, it just makes sense, according to a few people. And they started winning some 50s. They picked up the pace and they looked threatening. But then they kind of just went back into their shells, and Power, as we say, it's pretty Rocket League from them. They're eventually going to score. So let's have a crack. Pick up the pace a little bit too, man. There's nothing to lose. As we said, follow the Chicago mindset, Yummy. Just lose playing your way.
You know what we could see, though? I have some history with Tonio in that we played for the same club in ODL, Oceanic Draft League. And when we were playing in Division 2, me and Tins, we always went for the infamous no kickoff strategy. Double backflip.
Beautiful.
Cheater, just cheats and sees if they can stop the play. Antonio is not a believer. He said it's never going to work. And yet in EU right now, it's one of the most popular kickoffs that we see. I feel like they could go for some kickoff strategies there. And look at that. Negative off the kickoff. It's not the no kickoff from Tonio, but it's just such a big win. And Gus thought he could be first to that ball. Boy, was he wrong.
It's not the no kickoff. It's the timeout buff. 3 seconds and it delivers. It's ridiculous. Time and time again. Keeps finding a way.
At this rate, they're about to win the rest of the series by about
3,000 goals.
So, yeah.
Well, we'll find out. Well, I mean, to score first and win has still been the strategy. Could be game 2 coming up here. Team Power, they need to prove that they can do it. And that is something we haven't seen much of, I'd say, is wanting a demo on that last man.
Well, Sauer passed to middle, but Tonio, for unknown reason, had already turned back before the pass. So Sauer ends up just giving it away. And because Tonio was facing backwards, he was always susceptible to that demo. So a bit of a teamwork mistake early on after the timeout.
Gus got a ridiculous skim on that. He's actually hit it backwards, but in the end, transitions down back in the lap of Rez, who can take it into the blue end. Sauer catches it off him. This is a perfect spot if you can find something of it. But you see there, Yummy Tonio just getting caught underneath it and loses the attack because of it. It's a nice pass. What a beautiful pass. I think Rez has actually scored this in the end, but did it all himself.
He got the old flip into the extra flip reset, which allowed him to get some extra power. And yeah, it's ricocheted off him. Gives an assist away to Scrub, but really nice setup from Shores in the first place, so deserved goal.
No harm done off that first goal. They nearly get another one. Mention the kickoff strategies as well. We not only have now, I'm not sure if you saw Europe on the weekend with GK, I mean, we not only have the no kickoff, we've got the AFK kickoff strategy. Did you see any of that action? I mean,
yeah,
how
except
good
they broke
is that?
the AFK kickoff, so
that,
what's the point?
I mean,
was it Archie?
It was Archie and Joe as the GK guys, and I think there's something in that. There's got to be, because if you just don't move and you get scored on, you can claim your DC, can't you?
Yeah, you know, I haven't watched a lot of, been watching a lot of EU in the last year, but I just managed to tune into probably the best regional. I watched all of that regional, and that was incredibly fun to see GK, as you guys call them, have such an incredible run to just copy Scrims well.
Yeah, and I really do like seeing the kickoff strategies. I mean, our mate Johnny Boy certainly is just loving the attention the kickoffs are getting lately. He's been a pioneer of, the chief promoter
he was the
of
one
kickoffs.
who taught us the no kickoff, so, you know, such a good kickoff though. Just like risk-free.
It's fantastic. We do see wildcard implemented as well, particularly when they're up a goal or late in games. And speaking of being up late in games, well, we still got 3 minutes left, but Power might have broken the first goal curse here. They're 3-1 now and cruising to victory at the moment.
Who would ever thought it was possible to concede the first goal and still win a game, but Power have managed to do it for the first time in our recollection of them ever playing. That's right, we have short-term memories. Only lasts about a day.
Yeah, it's about. I think that's a good thing as well, though. You want to have a fresh mindset. You don't want to have old. Yeah, I feel like when you talked about me, Yummy, it was a lot of old stuff about how I miss, and you weren't really looking in the present when I was absolutely dominating.
Hey, one time I did admit that you in an event was the best player in OCE for that event. So
best day of my life.
Don't say I never compliment.
I still think about it to this day when you compliment. It's just. It made my day.
You know that when I compliment you, you've actually deserved it. It's not like all these other fake casters, like formal, who'll talk up everyone. You know, everyone's so good. Everyone's a great game. Sometimes CJ misses open nets and backflips. You can't always be positive about that.
I think that day where you did declare me as the best player in the region for that region, I think even my parents were like, I don't believe it. You know, Yummy's actually give me a compliment. So that's how huge it was.
Good thing is that immediately afterwards you became atrocious again. So it was all good. Balance was restored.
Yeah, I think you just show everyone what you've got once, then that's enough. And then until then, I was just striking fear in the eyes of my opponents, thinking, imagine if you did do something, but I never did.
That's good. It's something we talk about it a lot. That fear factor. Talked about it from Gus earlier on. There's that fear that he's about to flip reset on you. During the reign of Chaucet, when he was the best player in the world, a large part of the reason he was the best player of the world is just because everybody was so afraid of him. They almost didn't challenge him at times. Similar has happened from any player who's gone to that next level.
Yeah, it's
mental game, as you say.
It's fear factor, and these days, I guess this is going to be another open now, wide open. This one's GG's. It's not just fear factor. It's almost everyone just calls it aura these days, which the top teams do have. I think wildcards certainly have it in OCE, where teams are afraid to challenge the likes of a Banana Head. You look at NRG and NA, and just get the job done. Their presence on the pitch is immense. Obviously, there's some top teams in Europe as well. Go with the French flag behind them. With a minute left here, though, it's going to be Team Power moving on into the semi-final. Another top 4 finish for them minimum. And we'll face a wildcard, though.
Back to where they were expected to be at the very beginning of the season, but now they have to take down a red-hot wild card coming off an event loss wildcard, so you know that they're always going to come back stronger and better. So it's going to be up to Power to not just start strong, but to cleanly go through in games 2, 3, 4. They want to take down the number 1 team in the region. 15 seconds left, and that's all she wrote.
They could still be sleeping giants in this event. I still think we haven't quite seen the best of Power, but it's there. We've seen glimpses. These 6-goal games are super impressive. And they have been able to do it for 4 out of 5 games in this series. They're the better team. They're a tier above 2-man, and they've proven it here. I have to wait and see if they're able to get the job done in that semi-final against Wildcard, but someone will be able to get the ball down, or perhaps they're going to try and keep this thing up for as long as possible. There we go. Power get the job done. As they move on, 2-man, I think they'll be happy with the top 6 finish here, Yummy.
I think brilliance from 2-man to get top 6. Just getting into that top 4 through the Swiss in the first stage is always difficult. And the likes of Negative Tonio, they may be expecting to get into a top 8. They've shown that in the past, but they've gone even further this time. Yeah,
well done to them. And I think Power, we can be critical of them because I think our expectations should be high, and I think they deserve to have high expectations on them just with the power of that lineup. They've made another top 4, we'll find out. But it just feels like, there's a lot of people in the chat ever since the pre-show that have been kind of waiting for this second series. There's a lot of Scrims World fans in particular that are pretty pumped. So I think we should nearly get into that one in a minute.
Yeah, let's go to a break, and right after this break, TSM versus Scrims World. Loser is out of the major. Winner will have a chance to fight on.
Let's go. One series down here on Championship Sunday for OCE, the Birmingham Major Open number 3. And we have found Morgie, who I think she's just been waiting around all day to join us as well. We said, come later, but she's just been here for so long that we thought we'd just throw her in now. Morgie, welcome. Certainly not rushed to get in here.
No, not rushed at all. Not straight from a basketball game, but I am here nonetheless.
Did you win?
We drew 36-36 actually, which was
no OT?
a bit weird. No OT, but we are through to finals, so either way, happy. We're through. Lock
Very
in
good.
for a couple
And
of
you
weeks from now.
scored 36 of the 36 points?
Not 36. I sunk a few threes. Not 36 points. I'm not that good, but got a few in the net.
Little two-man, little shooting guard. I like to see that. But speaking of making it through to finals, we have an absolute cracker matchup we've got to get into right here. You can see the bracket. It was 4-1 if you missed it just before Power making it through to the semi-finals. But this side of the bracket, Yummy Cheese Man, is what everyone's waiting for. We've got 3 teams in contention for Birmingham, and we're going to eliminate one right now.
A lot of the crowd backing Scrims, who are fan favourites even before they won the last event, but I think they captured the hearts of everyone, being the first team to take down Wildcard. And I mean, what a rise they've had considering Luna at one point had retired, considering the first event didn't go so well for them. But TSM, they're the opposite. They've had a huge fall off. And now is their chance to recapture that glory of the
A
off-season.
little bit of a fall-off yesterday, Morgie. We saw Wildcard. It was a scrappy series, but they took down TSM 4-1. But Scrims as well, they haven't had the smoothest run coming through the lower bracket.
No, definitely not. That loss in the Swiss putting them into a bad position or a harder run in this lower bracket. They're coming up against TSM now. If they do win this match, they come up against the Chiefs, then the winner of Power and Wildcard later. So definitely not the easiest run they've had. If they did better in Swiss, then they could have had an easier start to this.
Well, get your predictions in chat, ladies and gents. We're going to go down the line. We'll start with you, Yummy Cheese Man. Who do you have? Who is getting eliminated right here, right now? Who's making it through?
Listen, there's a team with momentum. There's a team that has the king of OCE in it. So we have to go Scrims World. And it would be fantastic to be sending new players over to a major.
Absolutely. As much as I would love to disagree with Yummy here, I'm also backing Scrims World on this one.
Scrims World with the runs on the board. The last time these two met, I don't think they have met so far this event, but the last time was obviously the grand final where it was a Scrims World domination. And I mean, it makes sense, which is why I'm going to go TSM, because OCE doesn't make sense at all. And TSM, I think they had a scrappy series yesterday against Wildcard. They might have, lost 4-1 on the scoreboard, but I want to say they've got a mental block against Wildcard. And I think that they'll be out to get their revenge right now on Scrims. The pressure's on. These guys have all made lands. Scrims World have not. They have 3 debutantes potentially, and I think...
So it's the experience that gets them across the line.
I think it's going to be the experience that gets them... Is that fair enough? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I'm kind of going for Scrims World. I want them to get across the line. I want to see some new players at LAN because, well, we just don't know how some players end up going. We've got to figure out... We have to actually send them before we see if they're LAN boys or not.
Yeah, look, we saw obviously how... Honestly, that was so impressive, Morgie, in that open number 2 here. But I think I'm the old man that says, do it again. I want to see them do it again.
No, definitely. My heart's in Scrims World for this one, I guess, for similar reasons to Yummy. I want to see new players at LAN. I want to potentially see a tiebreaker. I think that's why I'm also kind of in this for Scrims to take this one. Both teams have had their rises and their falls in this open and last open as well. Scrims World, they haven't kept the momentum, but there is that belief there that they can still pull this one off.
Well, this is it. A massive matchup coming up. What everyone's been waiting for. Winner takes on Chiefs, potentially for a spot at Birmingham. Loser goes home, has their split eliminated. Over. Done. Right now, get into it, guys.
That's right. It's me, the newcaster Yummy Cheese, and joining the pillar of the community, Morgie, for what is a do or die match. At the end of this one, we're going to see some tears.
Oh, absolutely. The first match of the night where someone gets, or one of these two teams in contention for Birmingham is going to get knocked out. Both of these teams are hungry for it. Only one can keep in it today, though.
It's going to be a nerve-wracking game for these guys, and it doesn't matter how experienced you are, as CJ says, you still feel those nerves. Some people step up in those occasions, they play their best, they're at their sharpest. There's some people crumble and not. Caleb this time, he plays with Amphis, he sees he's on low boost, and he fakes him out.
Oh, Amphis did manage to pick up one pad there. Maybe could have utilised it a little bit better to get to the ball in time for that one, but experience aside was not enough to save that goal.
Absolutely thought that Caleb was going to flip and send it more into centre of the net, and Super Lucky has snuck this one in. The lead only lasted a couple seconds.
Back down the other way it goes. You know, much to CJ's point of experience, Yomi, I think that's the one thing that really worries me for Scrims World here today is they've got the pressure on them for winning last Open. You know, there was a lot of excitement around that. The Scrims World community is hugely, hugely popular in this chat. We've seen them. And it's hard when you come up against a team like TSM who have players who have been to LAN. You know, they've faced these really do-or-die moments. They face them up on stage, on international stages, and they know how to deal with those nerves, but can Scrims World?
It's often the case where, you know, in an event last week where Scrims World have never won a regional before, you come in with kind of that no expectations. We've already gone far enough in the grand final to get to the grand final. Anything more is a bonus. But now that they have that win under their belts, it's exactly as you said. They now apply those higher expectations, the pressure even more so. And the pressure of the major is still not getting to them. Laxon this time, bottom right corner.
Scrims World so controlled here. Luna, low boost with a nice pass over to Laxon. Gets it past both Kaka and Super Lucky to sink that one in the net.
A little bit of the taste of his own medicine as Super Lucky was the one who shot it just underneath the defender. This time caught on that wall, unable to move down very quickly from that spot. So underneath was a smart play. Amphis has to collect that one away and still has Luna breathing down his neck. I'll tell you what, Scrims, despite the pressure, still holding a lot of aggression.
Definitely looking like a very solid team. I think looking at how they were playing in Open 1, Yummy, I wouldn't have put them as necessarily a top team. I wouldn't have picked them beating Wildcard either, but they really proved themselves last Open. They've come together really strong. There's been some good coaching, obviously, involved as well. They're very cool, calm and collected when they need to be against some of these teams who have that experience, who have proved themselves as the top dogs in the past. And now Scrims World are really a contender.
Both teams using the width of the field well. In that case, Laxon in the defense had to get it away from that right-hand side. So that's where the attack was coming in from. Now TSM attempting to just get the challenge. Kaka's got an extra touch and the air dribble bump. He collects it mid-air and still has control.
Very, very good control indeed. Luna, no boost, trying to jump for that. Nice bump from Kaka as well to take him out of the mix and make sure he wasn't going to make it to that ball in time.
I don't expect that a lot. I think most people in Kaka's shoes would have been playing just for the 50 and played for more, and he gets rewarded. Kaka has been a player that hasn't had the same level of international experience as his two teammates and wants to get more, but Laxon, well, I've called him out a few times before, Morgie, and not being able to step up when early in the series and only when it counts, but he's really coming out of the gate swinging.
I mean, not just that, but the bump from Caleb as well to take Super Lucky out of the mix in that one, leaving no one in net, made that much easier for Laxon as well. It's good to see some of the aggression coming out of the teams, the physical play, the bumps and the demos. We know how much they can make a difference to a play. You can take a defender out of the net and make it a free goal.
Always challenging to go for a bump play or demo play in a tight situation in an important match like this. Because it does mean you have to move forward, you have to get yourself a little out of rotation to go for them. Super Lucky on the attack right now, gets a demo of his own. Luna manages to just collect it in front because Amphis is breathing down his neck. Laxon keeps the attack from developing, but it's still stuck in that back corner for Scrims. Amphis trying to set up a play. Has the support in center. They have to back off just a little bit before Caleb gets across. Great pass in the middle for Kaka. That came out of nowhere.
3 goals apiece. Neither of these teams taking the foot off the gas at the moment. 0 boost in net for 2 defenders. We're seeing a little bit of boost starving going on at the moment, Yummy.
Some important value in the defense. It can be easy to hold on if you've got full boost. Both of these teams have players incredibly mechanically controlled and gifted. Even if I've called out Luna in the past, in that regard, he's shown his abilities and his ability to read the play, especially as we speak. Luna looking for the pass in the center. No, not quite the close support that he was expecting from Caleb. So the game is just going to slow down a little bit here in the back corner.
Absolutely. Pressure being put on TSM at the moment as they're unable to get the ball out of that corner. Scrims World really fighting hard to keep the ball where it is. Laxing looking for a pass off that corner now. Can't get it past Kaka though.
Shot here for Superlocky. Ends up going for the backboard, but Luna reads the play. Prevents it from developing too far. Big clear across the field from Laxon. Gives room for Caleb to actually go for boosts, go for that aggressive play. Now Amphis in the cherry picker position. He gets the bump. Will he get the follow-up? No. Ends up too far forward after bumping the defender out.
Both teams caught in a little bit of a deadlock at the moment. It's been a little while since we've seen a goal, given that it's not a low-scoring game, but Kaka, I'm pretty sure that's a hat-trick from Kaka. 3 goals on the board, backboard double, straight down. What a beautiful angle.
What a game from Kaka too. That's the second shot that he's scored from just a brilliant first touch, from the control of rotating his car through the ball, making sure it goes exactly where it wants to and not arresting the momentum of his car. Might be enough to win the game after that hat-trick. Chance here for Caleb to try and equalise and take it to an overtime, but Kaka once again is going to step up. Maybe the performance of a lifetime here from a player who we normally talk about as consistent, not as the one to step up. And Amphis, he still hasn't got it down.
It's good to see Kaka stepping up. I feel like we've seen a lot more aggression out of him lately, and it's definitely boding well for him, that's for sure. Boding well for TSM as well as they take this first game.
Great win here from TSM, especially on the backs of the maybe unexpected hero, Kaka. A hat-trick, 3 off 3. Some great team play as well coming out from them. Good pace coming out from both these teams as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Game 2 develops, because nobody truly had the upper hand in this one.
No, it was definitely a tight game. I think this series may be a little back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this one go to Game 7, and that would be, honestly, that would be completely what I'm expecting at the moment out of these two sides. No one wants to sit down and let the other team take too many games in a row. I think, timeout buff may be called early as well by Scrims World. If TSM take the second match, we can only hope.
TSM have done very well at the start. Scrims, maybe a quiet one from Luna, who's a player that I've been talking up throughout this split so far, especially after the first event where he really showed, and then the second event where he became kind of that masterclass. But I was very impressed by Caleb and Laxon coming out strong with fakes, with the ability to slow the blade down despite the pressure of the situation. We'll see if that does continue. I was worried about that being a kickoff goal, but it's fine.
It's not always about speed, is it, Rocket League? If you can be the team that is more controlled, if you can play the ball a little bit slower, draw defenders in, make them waste their boost, pull them out of position as well, then sometimes slow play is the better move. Kaka now with the ball in the corner, trying to get it past Luna, looking for a pass into centre, but Laxon there to take control.
It's exactly like CJ would say that Chicago says, that it's best that you lose playing your way.
Yep.
And that's what Scrims have been able to do so far. I think they shouldn't really change up too much given how close game 1 was, but it is a crucial game 2 if they want to keep those major hopes alive. And Caleb starting the pressure play here. It's just going to go flying out. If that hadn't hit the top corner, and came straight back down. I think it would have been a goal. Demo at the other end. Flip reset just collected from Caleb, and that's actually given him some space.
Great patience there from Caleb to take possession of that ball right from the back of net. Laxon trying to get it past Kaka, can't do so just yet. Caleb picking up that full boost in the corner as well. Caleb being such a good ones player, we know what he can do with full boost in the tank. The ball's caught in the middle at the moment, looking dangerous for TSM, but Super Lucky can't make that shot.
A little bit of back and forth, and I almost expected that you almost sounded like an American there saying super lucky. Got away with it. Good correction to ensure that everyone knows that you're Australian.
Replacing formal tonight, Yummy. I had to channel it somehow.
Yeah, I think he's finally got that name correct after a few years. And oh my goodness, Caleb once again, a little caught out, just not quite reading that bounce off the top corner. Will get the follow-up touch as Super Lucky tries to get it down to Amphis. Gets challenged out in front of net. Awkward for both players. Wifty. Coming through, an extra one for CJ. As it is a little contagious once the first person misses, the second person gets faked. Luna down the corner. Still pressure on for TSM. That's wide open! Amphis had pushed forward. Super Lucky went to the corner, and they've left a huge hole in the defense.
Oh no, confidence building a little bit too much for TSM to their detriment at the moment. They can't leave the net open like that. Scrims World just going to capitalize on it every single time.
They really thought that that Laxon was going to hit that to the corner. Luna really working the team play out there as Caleb went for the solo play. Now Kaka, the deadly man, puts the shot on. Laxon just gets back for the pinch, but it's not over just yet. Super Lucky, past one, past two. Can he get it past Luna? He almost does. Is there a shot? There is, but Caleb gets back again. All three members were up, and one of them finally succeeds.
Almost 50'd it straight into net past three players. Kaka is definitely the offensive player of the match at the moment, but on the opposite end of things, we've got Caleb as the defensive player of this match, not letting a single ball go in at the moment.
Maybe a clear out from Laxon. At this point in time, I think they'll just be happy to hold on to the 1-goal lead, but it's going to be tough against the likes of Kaka. That's a mistake by Luna. The King turns into a joker, and Super Lucky will capitalize on a rough clear. He was just hanging, maybe even searching to go for the boost, but he stayed there for the shot.
Oh, Luna potentially thinking that the shot was going to go the other way, stopped his momentum, didn't have enough to clear the ball far enough out of net, giving TSM an easy opportunity to score there. Another bump comes in. Scrims World unable to get that shot though. Laxon with zero boost tries to slow it down. Caleb now taking it from the back corner. Full boost, gets it past one. Going to take it downfield. Gone past the ball. Luna for the shot. Can't get it in net though.
Laxon's been a powerhouse in the offense. Needs to try and get one more in here to get the lead. Fakes out, but Amphis reads it. Does send two players out from the defense. TSM caught a little bit in front of the ball right now. Not able to get boost, and Luna makes up for the last mistake.
I love a tight game. I love a tight series as well. It's good to see Scrims World taking control of this one. Nice shot there past Kaka in net, and Scrims World have taken the lead with 1:15 left in the clock.
They're going to keep it close. It is a bit of a back and forth series. Impossible to read how it's going to go. Kaka hasn't been able to create the triple threat that he was in the first game just yet. He's got a minute to maybe score two more right here. Super Lucky has Kaka in support. Shut down once again by Caleb, who's got the follow-up. He's going to go for the bump. Unfortunately, the ball goes out to the corner, so we'll just make it nice and easy to defend. Super Lucky still trying to get creative. He knows he has to for 50 seconds left.
Caleb now trying to go past, gets the air dribble bump as well. Put another one into net. Didn't think he was going to get it past Kaka here. Kaka did jump through it. Oh, wait, double bump.
The double bump out from Caleb. He keeps it simple. Don't play the ball, play the man, and he ends up managing to 1v2 in midair. Very surprising to see. Maybe he hasn't just been best at 1v1s, he's also the best in 1v2s.
I mean, that kind of 1v1 skill definitely comes out in those kind of situations where you have to solo play and get it past as many players as you can. Definitely a great skill to have. Kaka now looking for a shot on net, goes a little bit wide. It's giving Luna the opportunity to take it back down the other end. Ampus though on the backboard, Luna does take a shot. It does get saved though.
And that's enough. One player at the other end to ensure that they keep the 2-goal lead. I can't say that they're out of it just yet. TSM, they're going to have to do something special off the kickoff here.
World are going to have to be really, really careful on this one. They do not want this to go to OT. They want to even out the series. They want this game. They cannot let TSM get this shot in off the kickoff. They do manage to win the kickoff. A 50 as well on Super Lucky. Luna has managed to steal this ball. He's going to let it drop and Scrims World take game 2.
They go for the old tried and true TSM, the lose to the corner kickoff. But Scrims World were ready for it, and they hold on to the lead. A tied up series in one of the most important series of the season.
That's it. Looking at the stats as well for this match, it's good to see the that kind of, I guess, star role shared around a little bit. Kaka, who was so dominant last match, a little bit quieter this match. We've seen 2 goals go the way of Super Lucky. Scrims World just really, really dominant in this one though. Luna and Caleb both with goals to their names. Laxon doing well to get some assists as well and set up his teammates. This is looking like it's going to be a really good series.
Yep, TSM getting the advantage in the shots, and yet still weren't able to outscore. Just shows that Scrims World have been able to set up some more creative plays. You look back at that Caleb goal with the double bump and think about that's only one shot. That's the conversion rate difference between the two teams. We head towards an important game 3. Who's going to go ahead now? And who's going to be stepping one step closer to that major?
It's good to see rosters with, with a lot of tricks up their sleeves as well. Yummy, you know, we look at, not that as a bad thing, but we look at rosters like the wildcard roster or the old power roster. You know, they were so dominant for so long. They had such a clear play style. They were so aggressive. It's good to see teams though kind of on the opposite end of things like Scrims World, who are at times a little bit more calculating. They can vary things up really well. They're very, like I was saying earlier, they're very slow on the ball sometimes, but it plays really well.
And considering, you know, a lot of these teams haven't had a long time to really gel, it's pretty impressive what people have been able to do as the season goes on, what Scrims World have been able to change up. I mean, even TSM had to make changes at the very end of the off-season. Largely due to wildcard. Super Lucky, he's outplayed all 3.
Super Lucky's come in and just decided to do it all here. Slowed the ball down as he popped it over. 1, 2, and then 3. Caleb as well in the back of net. No boost in the tank. Tried to jump for it, but Super Lucky just with the advantage there.
That's the difference that somebody like Super Lucky, MVP a couple seasons ago, can do. Laxon may be his equal though in this split so far. Wasn't able to create the goal just there. May have another chance to bump out in the own defensive half. Super Lucky's got a pretty close run to it. Gets the 50. Super Lucky 2 from 2.
What a dominant play from Super Lucky we are seeing at the moment. Does it all himself. Nice little 50 there. Goes past Laxon as well. And TSM are now up by 2 goals in this 3rd match.
Importantly in that play, before even Super Lucky got close to that ball, his teammate Kako was running down the pitch, getting bumps. He sends one of the Scrims World members forward into the TSM half. Made it all the more difficult for them to defend Super Lucky's aerial play. 2-goal lead based off some teamwork as well as solo play. Super Lucky looking for a 3rd. Is he going to just take over? He went for the bump, but Luna just hangs back on the wall and avoids it.
Definitely worth a shot, but Scrims World reading these plays from Super Lucky. They're not reading Ampus though, who's come out of the dark here, lurking from Kaka's pass off the back of Laxon though. Does get that touch a little bit wider through to Ampus, who's lurking in the midfield, ready for that shot.
An impressive display of patience there from Kaka too, as he could have just snapped the ball into the corner and hoped that the pass would occur, but he jumps past it. Turns it into an even better one. Oh my goodness, Laxon out of nowhere. Now it's the counter-attack. 2v1, Caleb up to the task. He had 2 players against him. Still manages to do it, but it's gone into wide open space. Luna diving across, makes a save and keeps their hopes alive.
Scrims World looking to fight their way back in this one. Still more than half a game left. They are down by 3 goals though. This will be difficult. Let's make it 4. Super Lockie has got himself a hat-trick.
The connection between the players of TSM have been so good in this game so far, in these last 2 games. Saw Amphis pass it down to Super Lockie, and instead of getting out of the play, goes to the bump, sets it up, and that's the hat-trick in less than half the game from Super Lockie.
Absolutely. Scrims World still wanting to stay in this one though. Super Lockie taking the ball back down the other end. Can he get another? No, does get blocked by Luna. Ball's caught in the midfield now. Super Lockie looking for the infield pass to Amphis. Goes for the double. Goes a little bit too wide though.
Kaka trying to just create any kind of opportunity, but once again playing it safe, knowing they've got a 4-goal lead. That's got to be a world of confidence. Speaking of the experience that we said might be the difference the very beginning of this series, how much of a difference could it be to come out with a dominant game 3, showing off the team display, shutting out Scrims if they can shut down Luna right here. Still not a single goal on the board. Only 5 shots away from Scrims, but I don't think that that's a huge detriment to a team like Scrims. As we know, they like to go for a lot more of the solo play heavy style, the one and done, not a lot of shots backing up, so I don't expect them to have a high number of shots, but even still, TSM have shut them away.
TSM just looking so strong right now. They're definitely playing very, very well. Super Lockie and Amphis both very offensively. Kaka a little quieter this one, but doesn't matter. You don't need 3 superstars in every single game. Ball's going back down now to Super Lockie. Manages to infield it to Amphis. Full boost in the tank. Sends it to the backboard. Luna there to collect it though.
Still, they're at the wrong half. They haven't been able to get out of defense. TSM challenging in the air really nicely. And in fact, that one from Kaka out from the wall/roof, impossible to read. He comes out of the blind spot, and it even leads to a goal. I mean, Caleb is waiting for somebody in front of him to challenge there.
Nice little pre-flip from Super Lockie. Gets it past Luna in that bottom right-hand corner of the goal. TSM now up by 5 goals in this 3rd match. I'm thinking this one's GG's.
It would be a record, maybe even a world record, but at least an OCE record to make a 5-goal comeback, and to do it in 50 seconds would be even more incredible. But as you said, this is a strong lead here for TSM. To do it so convincingly as well, huge confidence booster. And I'd expect, despite the series being 2-1 after this, that we should see a timeout. CJ will be very upset if they don't call a timeout here.
If they don't and it goes to another game down to TSM, it will be a little bit disappointing to see, hoping they can recollect themselves with a timeout soon enough. But Yummy, I've got to ask, they call a timeout, they get chatting. What do Scrims World have to do to get past this TSM roster right now?
I just want Luna facing more of a first man role. Just being a space opener more than anything else. Because at the moment, it's been a lot of Caleb and Laxon collecting it, maybe in their own half in the midfield, going for a solo play. TSM have shown they're able to defend that. You go the opposite way. You get Luna in, getting demos, really strong 50s, reading the play, just taking 1 or 2 members out. Then all of a sudden, that space is created, but it's in front of TSM's net rather than in their own half.
Yeah, absolutely. That physical play can really make a difference in any series. And you know, it's really interesting, Yummy, watching these games. You know, the best teams we have in OCE, how they use that physical play to their advantage. Because you know, sometimes I'm casting like Uni League, where players without as much experience go for bumps and demos, but they actually put themselves out of position when they're doing so. Whereas bumps and demos, the higher level you get, the more you understand the game, the better you are at actually utilising those without falling out of rotation and putting your team out of position.
We'll say as well that Scrims did call the timeout, so we got to give them props because teams haven't been doing that. They've been waiting till they go 3-1 down almost and have to win out from here. So hopefully the timeout for them is the difference maker after losing that last game so convincingly. They'll be able to tie up the series and, well, if the experience of the grand final last event was anything to go by, they may just win it out from there, how strong their ability to adapt mid-series was.
Yeah, definitely. Timeout buff has played in their favour historically as well as Scrims World when they've had the time to relax and collect themselves a little bit and talk strategy. They've been able to adapt, they've been able to vary the gameplay a little bit to beat their opponent. I think that's something they do really well is read other teams. So if they can have a little bit of time to chat right now and work out what their strategy is going to be, I think that they'll come back stronger this game.
And even just putting TSM on ice, they looked so good as a team, as a unit. A lot of connection between bump plays, chasing plays, boost steals, and solo plays from the midfield. The timing of that attack was pretty much on form for all 5 goals. Maybe the first one that Super Lockie was able to just take it by himself was the one that didn't require teamwork. But here we go. We head to game 4. TSM could be on the verge, or maybe Scrims fight back.
Absolutely. I know with all the Scrims World fans we have in chat, they are hoping, they are praying that Scrims World take this game. They want to see Scrims World up against the Chiefs in the next one. They want to see them going to Birmingham. I think a lot of us are looking forward to some fresh faces there, but TSM just not wanting to give them this one.
Attempted pass in the middle there from Laxon, and he executed it beautifully, but nobody on Scrims ready to follow up, and may just be sitting a little bit too much on the defensive, on the back foot, given how much pressure TSM have been able to put on earlier in the series. Could have gotten into their heads. Certainly an opportunity potentially wasted there. As TSM collect and maybe get an opportunity of their own. Kaka not much boost, but he will threaten the double. Gives room for Super Lockie. Challenged away. Back into centre, but it's not over just yet. Great first touch, third touch, air dribble away from Kaka, but can't find it over into any open space.
Beautiful pass to Kaka that was, but just went a little bit wide, and we're going to see Laxon come out of nowhere, looking for a challenge on this one, manages to turn it into a shot. Kaka just a little bit too short on that one, couldn't jump high enough, and Scrims World are up in this fourth game.
It really did seem out of nowhere, but again, we talk about how important teamwork is in bump and demo plays. Caleb, the air dribble bump on Amphis, who was coming out for a free 50 almost, and that's why they were surprised that Laxon could get a free simple shot there. A great start here for Scrims after not being able to score before the timeout.
Laxon there as well, jumping in to send the ball back down to defense is something I'm wanting to see a little bit more yummy. We've seen a few goals, I think particularly in the last game against Scrims World, where all 3 of them were sitting back in defense, and
here we go.
Like Lockie was able to get it past all 3 of them, but now it's TSM who are pushing up too far. All 3 players upfield. Laxon with just a free pass down the centre to Luna, taps it in. Scrims World now up by 2.
Really, really risky third man play from Amphis. I don't think he's ever getting up to that ball. Super Lockie had been rotating across the net, so he was always going to be late back. So a little bit of desperation being shown here from TSM. That's the difference that being down a couple of goals can really make to a team that looked unflappable earlier on.
Well, just reading this TSM attack very well right now as well. In the last 30 seconds, I reckon I've seen demos avoided, I've seen bumps avoided, I've seen Scrims World players blocking doubles that usually TSM would have scored last game. Defense has just tightened up that little bit more, and TSM cannot get past it right now.
TSM still very ready to go for the bumps. Haven't been quite as successful on them because they haven't collected possession of the ball as easily, and that's got to go down to the value of Scrims World. Look how much they've been upping the pace by getting some closer passes, backing each other up a little bit nicer. Rushes TSM somewhat here as Amphis just kind of rushes in to maybe get a little extra power over what Super Locky was able to do, but hasn't been successful for them. And Kaka just trying to dribble it out of defense, gets it past one. Amphis now has a free aerial. Has he got the space? He's got it past Caleb. He's been bumped. Thought he might land back on the ball, but just manages to avoid it.
Demo on Amphis as well to take him out of the play, but he is back down the other end with full boost. Locky now going up on his own. Can he get the solo play? Does get blocked. Ball still caught in the corner. Kaka rushing this one. 1:30 on the clock. TSM need to do something right here, right now. The defense, again, just too strong out of Scrims well.
This is really feeling like Scrims may have the best timeout buff of anyone in the region, but Amphis has found a gap in the defense. Luna caught on that front post. Caleb was in the same position, covering the same ball, and that's not something that you can afford.
Beautifully read by Amphis. Just the tiniest little skim on that ball as he jumped up from it, able to send it down at that angle. Like you said, Yummy, that gap in defense was vital just then to keep TSM alive in this one.
Got 1:15 remaining. It's not like the last game where it completely fell away from them. Might see them start to pick up the aggression though at this point, throw a little bit more, and that's why it's beautiful for Laxon to go for a bump like that. TSM constantly keeping somebody in that forward area, always applying a bit of offensive pressure without being on the ball to the Scrims defense. Amphis off the roof, he's getting challenged early. Pre-jump from Laxon, and it's a defensive pre-jump in the end to keep control in the midfield.
Great work out of Laxon to keep the ball down in TSM's half at the moment. The pressure is on them, not just to get a goal, but to get it out of their half. Laxon again with the challenge to pop it into that corner. Does manage to center it. Caleb up for the shot. Does he get the double? He does. Scrimswell now up 3-1 in this fourth game.
Now all three members of Scrims are on the board. A true team effort, and I mean, a lot of that was just the fact that Scrims were trying to keep them pinned in, keep TSM in their own half. Two members of TSM were in the forward half hoping to get a redirect and tie up the game. Just 20 seconds left to go. It's looking like we have a 2-all now, Morgie.
That's it. Beautifully done out of Scrimswell to keep themselves alive in this. Very, very well played at the moment. You know, credit to them for not just I guess parking the bus in this game, managing to hold on to their 2-goal lead, but to create more opportunities in offense as well to keep TSM backed into their corner. Now we have a tied series.
Well, you can never count Scrims out. They've got the timeout buff in terms of their grand final, which must have given them so much confidence to go for it again early here. And just calling out a timeout for TSM. I'm pretty proud of everyone right now. Nobody's waiting till their backs are completely against the wall. They're just trying to wrest control back of the series when it matters the most.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen it so often, not just this open, but in the last couple of opens as well, how much an early timeout can really work in a team's favour. I think TSM have seen Scrims manage to use the timeout to their benefit this game and have decided that they are going to do the same. Really interesting to see if TSM do manage to bring back this next match.
Interestingly, a very low shooting affair. It was only 6 shots of TSM to the 3 shots, 3 goals that Scrims ended up getting. I don't expect that to change either. I feel like Scrims, as we said, much more likely to go for the solo plays, to not try and apply too much pressure and repeated shots to a net. But in the end, we see whether we see any differences from TSM. Do they still keep that person forward going for the regular bumps and demos like they were in this last game? Or I feel like the difference was in the previous game, they kind of recognized the moment to go forward. They were doing it at a time that they could see that they had that first touch available, so they were a bit more in the play at all times.
Not just that, but I think one of those, or at least one of those goals in the last match from Scrims World was definitely attributable to TSM just having a little bit too much confidence from their third man, pushing up a little bit too high. They've still got to be careful to watch for those fast breaks. You know, I believe it was Laxon got that bang downfield, Luna with a nice little easy tap in because defense was just nowhere to be found from TSM. So as much as they have to push that player up forward, whether it be Lockie or Kaka, as we saw in the first game, super aggressive, they still have to be really careful where their third man is.
We go into a game number 5, a completely even series, anyone's game. And any chance for one player to really step up and take over the series. In the grand final last event, it was Laxon who almost single-handedly won them the game and thus won them the series. Saw Caleb do wonders earlier on. Super Lucky in game number 1 of today scored that hat-trick. Sorry, Kaku scored the hat-trick and then Super Lucky scored the hat-trick in game number 3. It'll be a game of individuals. We'll find out exactly who.
Now managing to send the ball back into Scrim's corner though. Laxon with boost in the tank does get 50'd by Lockie, but it is back in TSM's half now. Scrims are putting on the pressure. They want an easy goal. They want to keep this momentum. They don't want TSM to use that timeout buff to their advantage. Keeping it in their half at the moment. Caleb with a shot. Kaka manages to get the save though.
Oh, and a pass across, but Caleb, we saw the defender coming out, probably didn't want to pinch it with them, so keeps it in the attack, and maybe even a change up from Scrims. Look at the amount of pressure that they've had. Still only one shot, but is completely in that opposing half. A continuation of when they were trying to hold on to that lead by maintaining pressure. The whifty comes through. It looks like they were trying to read the defender, read the touch, and it ends up leading to both missing it.
I think Lockie was there as well, but just slowed down that tiny little bit because he didn't expect the whiff, but unfortunately that meant that Scrims World were able to get the shot away from net, gone back down the other end again. Yummy, I feel like most of this game has been in TSM's end at the moment. They are managing to get it away here and there, but Scrims World just with the quick bounce back.
Sometimes it's not about which end you're at, because TSM, of course, well, missed the open net opportunity, showing that their ability to play in OCE still up with the best of them. Laxon tries to get that one away. Ooh. Caleb puts a shot on. Amphis just recognizes the danger in time. Amphis actually takes the boost there, and it's awkward as Luna has to go up from in front of the ball. Both of his teammates had got themselves a bit caught out there. Could have been dangerous. Amphis has to beat Caleb, but Caleb ends up being the winner. Laxon keeping it out, and a little bit of a back and forth now as Kaka getting through, and we start seeing some nerves from these two teams as the miss comes out. Unbelievable, but Amphis makes up for it. I thought Kaka had saved it.
I thought Kaka had saved that as well, just getting that post and going out. Amphis, though, good read to stay up close in that one and be able to finish off that shot.
It was a bit of luck and unluck at the same time for Kaka, because he had bumped Caleb out of the play, and that's what led to him being, underneath that ball and scooping it away. But they get away with it. They make up for the fact that they missed their scoring opportunity earlier as well. And despite the fact that Scrims has had the pressure, they haven't got the goals, and this time Super Lucky's got to save it. Maybe they need to take the demos out because it's working against them.
Oh, the demo did take defense out of the picture, but TSM playing their own worst enemy right now and just saving their own goals. That makes 2 in this game that could have gone in. Super Lucky now 0 boost in the tank, can't get the shot off, and Amphis can't either. Scrims World looking a little dicey in defense right now. They want to get their own shot on the board. TSM putting on this pressure though.
Still seeing some panic out of Scrims World. It's making, I think, a big difference from what we saw earlier in the series. Just seem like they maybe a little bit too close to taste the victory, and they're getting themselves caught out over and over again, really focused on just trying to hold us position in net. And of course, Amphis, that's a quick double.
Beautiful, beautiful shot there from Emphasis, and the timeout buff strikes again. Yummy. TSM have bounced back this game. They wanted to win this 5th game. At the moment, it's looking likely unless Scrims can get another 2 on the board and take this to OT.
Big 50 there, just to try and set something up here for Scrims. They don't have the boost, but they've been able to just pin the defense back. TSM maintaining great boost control, taking their back corner boost, but that won't matter if that goes in. That little extra touch throws Caleb off his line, otherwise it probably would have been an open net for him. And that's enough for Kaka to get a clear. This is their time to settle. They have 40 seconds to hold on to 2 goals.
Nice little bump there from Luna to take
Double
one
commit.
out of the play. The ball has gone to the roof and straight down onto Laxon's nose. Nice little tap into net. Defense just thrown out of whack at the moment from Scrimsworld's physicality.
Normally it is the first couple of games that the most wild here in OCE, that you have the most nerves and can be a bit of a clown fiesta. But it is game 5 with only 2 games in each team's pockets where the nerves are coming out the most, where the double commits are happening. Another one out from the defense. Look how much TSM are scrambling. Is it going to cost them? It's right in front of them. Caleb ties it up.
Oh my god, Scrimsworld have done it this game. They have stayed in it despite looking like TSM was going to run away with it. Defense just cannot get their hands on that ball. Caleb in a great position to finish that one off in the top corner. We have a tied game. 18 seconds left on the clock before this goes to OT.
And that's 2 double commits forced out from TSM in a row that have led to goals. The pressure is getting to them. Maybe the pressure is the other way. It's an own goal. The only fitting way to lose a game.
Oh my. I am speechless. I am at a loss for words, Yummy. That is not how you want to lose a game. After that last play, Scrimsworld tying up this game to then get an own goal with 5 seconds left on the clock. TSM, they're going to run away with this one, Yummy. They're going to take this 5th game and they're going to tournament point, series point.
I mean, when you've got the major on the line, when you've got Birmingham on the line, there's only... You got to send a fitting OCE team to the major, and both teams are really trying to out-OCE each other right now. You got TSM, who have saved 2 of their own shots in that game after a bump that almost cost them entirely. We had a massive own goal from Laxon. We've had double commits, we've had panic stations left, right, and center, but it's also just proof in the pudding of how nerve-wracking a situation like this, when an entire almost year of waiting from the last season that ended in May last year to now, it all could culminate into this one series and these last couple of games.
This is insane, but this is what we're here for, Yummy. I'm glad I'm here tonight. I'm glad I'm casting tonight. This is a lot of fun, and I wouldn't expect anything less out of some of OCE's best teams. This is what happens when the nerves set in, when there is something so important on the line like a major. Both of these teams still in contention for this one right now. The loser will not be any longer, though. They will not have enough points to secure that second spot. Wildcard are through. We're looking for our second contender. Who's it going to be out of these 2?
Be devastating to go home right here. It's been a back and forth series so far. When TSM have got the advantage, Scrims has fought back. Will the recipe change? Will Scrims have figured out a couple of their mistakes? Look at this. Caleb from the very beginning. He's the one to step up and score the first goal.
Nerves, what nerves? Flip reset, off the roof. Superlock is not reading that one. Caleb has bounced back within 6 seconds of this game for Scrimsworld. They're in the lead. Can they hang on to it?
Well, we saw a 2-goal lead go falling to the wayside in the last one. We'll see that any kind of lead may not be enough in this series, with the first goal always so crucial in any series, and it's the second. It could not have worked out any better for Laxon as he hits the crossbar and it bounces down in the most perfect way.
Oh, Luna with the bump as well on that one, taking TSM out of defense. Scrims World have come out swinging. They don't need another timeout to get the buff in this game, but as we saw last game, sometimes the nerves can set in the longer a game goes on, so hoping they can hold on to this one now.
And the good signs for Scrims World there is that, you know, there was not a mistake that came out of TSM. Not a huge one, like we saw in the last game. So that almost gone through. They were able to create their own scoring opportunities here. It's a perfect sign that they'll be able to do more so in the rest of the game. As long as they can hold on in this one play, a double commit out of the defense from Scrims, and they managed to get it all the way to the other end.
Almost an open net though, but a difficult shot to take from the angle back there. Laxon does manage to get the footy. Super lucky though, going up in the air, full boost in the tank. Caleb does send it back down the other direction. Manages to post himself on the backboard as well to get that save. All has gone loose. Laxon's going to take it to the sidewall now. Full boost in the tank, looking for the solo play perhaps. Gets the reset, over one, can't get it past Epis.
We've seen some clutch defense out from Caleb throughout this series. And he got the first goal in this one. Is it going to be enough? Because the demos are starting to heat up for TSM. They're really pushing forward. Look at that. Kaka was in their half, ready to go. He almost gets the follow-up touch. And now the pressure's on. Luna, awkward, facing backwards. That shot's on. It's only one goal now.
One goal is not enough of a buffer to be confident. It's not enough to hang on to. Neither is two, I would argue, either. Luna going to the squishy there, but Super Lucky just putting it out of his reach. TSM, 1 goal deficit. That's plenty of time to secure another one.
Well, they've gone back to their style, TSM, of keeping one person in the opposing half as often as they possibly can. Creates these bump opportunities, these extra touches out of nowhere that are very difficult for the defense to read. So I think if Scrims want to hold on to the lead that they currently have and extend it, they need to do what they did to get into that Game 4 situation. Keep the ball in the TSM half. Keep them constantly thinking about defense. That's when they're at their biggest advantage, and Laxon shut down this time by Super Lucky.
One-on-one now, Luna and Kaka. Kaka does manage to get it away. Gets the 50 as well on Laxon. Just playing a troublemaker at the moment as he's trying to mess everybody on Scrims World up. Luna with a little boost in the tank, looking for a pass off. Caleb backflips. Laxon's pushed out of position. Net is open and Super Lucky equalizes this game.
A 2-0 lead is never safe. And Laxon gets beaten, hands down to that ball, pants down to that ball, and the net left wide open. We now go to a crucial time, Morgie. This next goal could be the decider on whether we go to a Game 7 or whether TSM go through.
I'm devastated right now for Scrims World. That probably wasn't the time for third man to push up as high as Laxon did. It did leave the net open, but he wants redemption. He's trying to get it past Super Lucky. Up in the air, gets a bump on Luna as well. It's looking dicey for Scrims World defense. They need to get it out. Caleb trying to get it past Kaka. He's almost got it in front of net. Can't quite do so though.
Goes the other way. Scrims now have their chance of attack. Laxon going to go for the slow play. Beats out one. Looks for the 50 on the second to get it ball to Caleb, but he hasn't got any boost to make much of that one. Means that the defensive play has to come out for Scrims once again. Ball gifted away to Amphis. Not the area that you want to give him a little bit of run of the ball. Luna passing to center. Caleb has the double, but Kaka recognizes the trouble. Almost down the other end. It's awkward for Luna, and Super Lucky didn't expect that he would miss.
Super Lucky still went up for it, maybe undecided as to whether he should commit or whether he should expect the touch there. The width nonetheless has thrown him off. TSM letting a shot potentially go astray there. Amphis trying to find another one, gets it past one. Can he get it past Luna? Looking at dicey in defense, manages to just get it out. Still, TSM have kept possession. The ball's going to go back down the other way, perhaps.
Luna is the solo man in the defense. He's left on the backboard with 0 boost. No support despite his teammates being ready there, but that's again the nerves coming into play here for Scrims World. Maybe the lack of experience, as CJ was saying in the analyst desk, off the corner. Doesn't matter how nervous you are if you make the right play right now. 20 seconds remaining. We're in Silver Point territory as Super Lucky will be the one who's gone to Major multiple times before and wants to go back, and this could be his way to secure it.
I am so stressed for both teams right now. TSM on series point. They want to secure it. Scrims World do not want to let them almost with the shot before OT to secure this game. We would have gone to Champions Field. Nonetheless, we are in OT. Yummy. It is feeling intense right now.
A miss in front of net, almost costly for TSM. They're able to gather their thoughts and get into this overtime. Kaka still trying to get the pressure off. The kickoff is TSM. They managed to get this one into center. Amphis was hoping for a bump afterwards. Caleb's faked them all out. He's caused the miss. He's caused a disaster in front of the net. It doesn't get easier for Laxon because Caleb, well, they thought he had the touch.
Oh, Kaka, no, expecting Caleb to touch that one. You know what, Yummy, we haven't given enough credit to some of the fakes we've seen in these games. Not the unintentional fakes, not the whiffs, but the actual legitimate fakes like that one out of Caleb, securing this goal, securing this game, and taking this series to Champions Field.
That's the fear factor, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about. I really thought that Caleb was going to do something special there. Committed to a high play, was Super Lucky. And now we go to a Game 7 for all the marbles. One game to prove 9 months of hard work, true or false. 9 months of hard work to get to this first major, and it all comes down to this.
That's it. All these teams hungry for it right now. This is, if you're tuning in, this is probably one of the most exciting matches. This is the one I was most excited for. Coming into tonight, this is do or die for both TSM and Scrims World. Currently, Scrims World sitting 3 points higher than TSM at the moment. But if they're knocked out in this quarter, they are out of their chances for going to Birmingham, and it will be down to TSM and Chiefs. They've got to secure it in this game. Same side of the coin. TSM need to win this game to stay in contention as well. It's going to come down to this one.
TSM, the more experienced team, they've been in this situation before. Is that going to be helpful for them? Knowing that they've been there, is it putting more expectations that they have to win this and make it to the major? Same on the other side. Is their win last week from Scrims World setting them up for so high expectations? I think all of that goes out the window when it comes to Game 7. You just think, we got to win this. The nerves ride high. You're going to expect probably a fairer number of mistakes, but wouldn't be an OCE Game 7 without them.
Absolutely. Both teams have proved their mechanical skill. Both teams have proved how strong players they are, but it is going to come down to which team or which players in particular have the stronger mental and can hold their nerves in this one. A mistake out of Super Lucky on defense puts it right into position for Caleb to secure a nice little shot there.
Well, of all the players in OCE to make that mistake, you wouldn't expect it to be Super Lucky, the man who made every final, who was going to majors back to back to back a couple of years ago. He's got that experience. He's made the mistake. Scrims World, last event, managed to win in Game 7 to shock everybody in the region over the top of TSM. It was Laxon to do it, and maybe it'll be someone else today, or maybe be Laxon again, as he's hanging out there in the midfield. He's hungry.
That's it. Nobody's doubting Scrims World after that last open win. They are the champions, reigning champions at the moment. So I'm sure TSM is not taking this one lightly. To Lockie's credit, they would not be wanting to drop this one to Scrims World either. Luna with a nice pass off the sidewall, tries to infield it. It's going back down the other way. Can Amphis get to it? No, he cannot beat Laxon to the ball.
I love that Caleb in that play almost just played for the complete miss. What a read by Luna. He's giga-brained. He's 7-head. He's managed to read the touch from Super Lucky, who thought that was a pass, but Luna went screaming across and dunked the hell out of him.
Oh my, classic clinical Rocket League gameplay. The reads are on point from Scrims World right now. They are dunking on TSM. TSM would be feeling this pressure. Almost a nice shot there. Defense has pushed up. Third man has gone high. They have enough time to make it back.
This is incredible, but we've seen in the last 2 games, 2-goal leads are never safe. And Super Lucky, well, he made the mistakes earlier. After Kaka had threatened out the extra touch, it causes the misplay from the defense, and Super Lucky was there.
You're right, Yummy. We were in this position 2 games ago, Scrims World. You cannot get too ahead of yourselves right now. We don't want another own goal, that is for sure. Super Lucky taking the ball back down, does get the air dribble bump, can it put a shot on? Anthus trying to get another one. Luna with the save though. This is looking dangerous.
By all rights, that should have been a goal. It was top bins, and yet Luna steps up to the plate in the defense. Now Anthus another opportunity to shoot. It gets past one. Luna, well, sometimes you worry about the double commit, sometimes you just know you have to go in case your teammate does not make contact. Ball being slowed down. Kaka with a huge fake. Can he get it past Laxon? He does. Off the backboard. There should be a shot. It's in. It's back to a tie in game 7.
Oh no, the equalizer out of TSM. Scrims World are starting to lose it a little bit. Defense just not tight enough right now. TSM finding those little gaps that they need to equalize this game. We've got half a game left. This is do or die right now for both of these rosters.
The kickoff.
Not a shot off kickoff just yet.
It doesn't get closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes remaining. A tied game. We've shown most of the games have not really been beyond that 3-goal mark in order to win. Look at that. Super Lucky double committing with his teammate once again. The nerves riding high when it's in that defensive half. That's Scrims World's chance to capitalize on. Just keep it in this TSM half and they may be able to score as Anthus sends one back. There's a passing opportunity into center, but it goes too high.
A little bit too high for any teammate to collect right there. Luna going to challenge Kaka now, manages to take the ball off him, potentially open that opportunity, but Super Lucky make sure they don't get the shot on target there. Laxon looking for the pinch, not
for the
enough
bump.
boost in tank though. Caleb sending the ball back down the other way. This is not looking good, but we do have a clear.
Sometimes a mistake is landed in their favor and it's actually given them an attacking opportunity here. Luna can't find the angle, another close one, but it's straight on. Caleb, has he hit it? No, it's off the post. It's just hair breadth away.
Yummy, I am stressing watching this right now. Super Lucky going for the flick, can't get it past Caleb. Kaka taking this one into the corner though. Caleb just trying to get it out, just away from TSM's clutches. We're seeing team bumps happening now. There's scrambling happening. There's panic. Both teams need to get a shot in.
Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Kaka with the pinch back almost towards his own net. Fortunate for him that Super Lucky was back there. Now Caleb just tries to push it. It goes a 50 read against the corner. Fake out from Luna. Is that enough? No, Anthus was backing up his teammate. The opportunity over to Kaka. He's got it up for Super Lucky. Luna shuts him down.
Oh, I was worried Caleb had pressed up a little bit too high there, but teammates, trusting your teammates is a valuable thing, and Caleb was trusted in that situation. We're going to see an opportunity maybe for Scrims World, but a nice clear from TSM.
It's a big win and a big demo from Anthus. We'll get a follow-up play as Kaka misses it. He was just trying to go for the win right then and there, and that's the reason that they weren't able to score. Now the bump! Super Lucky with the shot on. That was almost it. They have to hold on. Scrims World in danger of not getting even to overtime. That shot's in! Super Lucky scores the hat-trick to win the game, win the series, and keep Birmingham alive.
0-second goal is exactly how it'll go in OCE, top left corner as well. TSM have secured this win. They stay alive in contention for Birmingham. Unfortunately, Scrims World now knocked out of that opportunity.
What a turnaround from Super Lucky as well, because in game 1, I was criticizing him because he kind of left 2 major mistakes to let the goal in. And then by game 7, he's the one to score the hat-trick, CJ, and win it all.
Not only that, but the start of Game 7, he nearly cost them the game. He made a massive error at the start. He was looking shaky, but, I mean, he's an absolute champion. How many times have we seen him with land qualification on the line stepping up? I thought that, honestly, the rest of TSM were absolutely bricking themselves in that Game 7. Kaka couldn't hit the ball. Scrims, well, were playing well, but I don't know. There was pinches, like Caleb hit the post off the sidewall. They had chances as well. Morgie could have gone either way.
No, it was looking like it was going to go
as the
either way.
series went on, right?
It turned into just who wanted it more, who wanted it. I don't know. Just you could feel the pressure, you could feel the nerves. Everyone was calling for Game 7 OT, but Super Lockie Morgie, he's pretty clutch.
Yeah, 0 second. Look, as much as I would have loved to have seen Game 7 OT, 0 second goal is pretty close behind as well. That was very well deserved, but honestly, I do agree. I feel like that could have gone either way. It was looking like it was definitely going to go to Scrims World, and then it was going to definitely be TSM. Both teams were making mistakes as well. It was a great series.
Insane one, but unfortunately that is the end of Scrims World's run in this Open number 3, but also end of their possible run for the major. TSM are still alive. We're not going to have a tiebreaker today. Production might be happy about that one. I'm a bit sad, but TSM move on. They'll play Chiefs a little bit later for the decider, but we've still got a few more series to come. Wild card, we haven't seen them yet. They'll be coming up right after this break.
The OCE broadcast always delivers every single event, and after a Game 7 banger, we send one team home. Scrims World, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, but we have another team who's already made it and with a chance to become the number 1 seed once again, CJ. They seem to always steal this 1 seed, but Wildcard here have the chance to go all the way.
Yeah, not too much pressure on Wildcard now. They got the job done yesterday. I think they were up all night on Friday, I heard, doing the math to work out if they could qualify on Saturday, which they indeed did. Obviously, they want to get that number 1 seed, Morgie, but I fear a Wildcard with not too much to play for.
Yeah, definitely. With that pressure being off, the nerves are definitely not in play here. And we know a wild card with no nerves is very, very dangerous. We've seen what these boys can do. And of course, they still want to come away. They didn't win last Open. They want to restart their record, that's for sure.
They're also up against their old organisation. Wildcard used to be known as Power. And so maybe a little bit of a small rivalry there. I don't think it's going to be too much into it, but maybe for us, a little bit of old versus new.
Yeah, perhaps. I think the last time these two played as well was in this similar situation, a semi-final of the first event. I believe it went 4-2 to Wildcard. I would be predicting that Wildcard make it less than 6 games this time, just the way that I think Power's inconsistencies, and I think Morgie, we've kind of seen from Power that they're kind of better than the rest, but just kind of a step below those top 3 teams.
Yeah, I tend to agree. At the moment, they're just, or at least this Open, last Open as well, they just haven't locked down their gameplay, their style, their consistency. You know, looking at some of the matches they've had recently against Prodigy, having such a pendulum swing in games like that is not where they want to be. You know, looking at Wildcard in comparison, they've had their ups and downs, but when they're playing well, and we haven't seen that consistency out of Power just yet.
Well, Wildcard, you know, they got off to a slow start yesterday. Maybe that's the time to take advantage. I think I get who you two are predicting, but we'll just get the answers out from production. We've all got Wildcard here. There's a reason. They are still the number 1 team in OCE right now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talk about the other side of the bracket being the excitement factor. These guys have just been able to chill on the other side, Morgie, not worry too much about proceedings and kind of just watch the chaos unfold. So I'm expecting them to come out and put on a show here in this semi-final.
Definitely, but I think as well, to their credit on the other side of things, you know, we're talking about rivalry from Wildcard against their old organisation. I think the Power roster is also going to want to prove themselves as well. You know, Wildcard, the pressure's off them at the moment. They've made Birmingham. There's no pressure in that sense. But in the same sense, Power doesn't have the pressure either of making it to Birmingham. They're not in contention at the moment. So neither of these teams, it's not really that do or die moment for them like it was last match, sorry. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
The other thing we've seen in the past, CJ, especially with any team that Torsos has been on, he just hates losing. He hates losing more than he loves winning, I feel like. They lost last event. They've got something to prove to themselves and to everyone that they are still number 1. They're not going to be happy with anything but first place in this event.
He hates losing, but he also loves proving people wrong. Yeah, I mean, I think that really fires him up. The moment that he was outside the top 10 individual player rankings is when I think he grinded harder than ever. And he's always at 100 plus hours past 2 weeks. But here we go. Our first semi-final here for the final event of the Birmingham split. Morgie, let's do it.
Looking forward to this one. Like you said, it's, you know, when you've got players with that kind of mindset like Torsos, when they're super competitive, regardless of whether there's much weight on the series at all, Torsos, he still wants to win. Like you said, this entire roster wants to win. They don't want to lose another series. They don't want to lose another Open either. So I expect them to come out swinging.
Yeah, I think their egos are too big to drop a game right here to Power with who are out of contention. So I'm expecting a strong performance, but Team Power, we know what they can do. If we see a Gus peak, if we see those 6-0 games a little bit more consistently, they can put up a fight right now. Wildcard are the benchmark of this region. Had a little hiccup last event, but they're in the box seat again here. So I think after that last series, there's a bit of an adrenaline dump from certainly you guys, for the players, from the viewers as well. So I think some people are hoping for a swift 4-0. Certainly Power won't be, though.
No, absolutely not. As much as I think Wildcard, I was predicting Wildcard to win this one, I don't think Power are going to let them go out 4-0. I think they're going to put up enough of a fight to take away maybe a game or two. I still think it will go the way of Wildcard.
And so far, they've looked pretty comfortable. 100 boost in defense leads to a banana head transition. He's got to fake it for Fever, and Fever has not missed he's made no connection either. Torsos wanted to get in there. As we see Power, I'd love to see them just incorporate a few more bumps. I spoke about it with Yummy in the series, that they play very clean Rocket League, but I don't know if that works against Wildcard.
Yeah, I think Wildcard have just got, this roster, they've played together for a while. They've got some really experienced, really mechanical players as well. They're very, very good at adapting to any team they play. So regardless of how clean Power do play this one out, I think Wildcard knows how to challenge everything they do.
Really nice demo to open it up there for Power. You can see them getting a little chance to attack. Banana head, no boost. Scrub should be able to catch this one. Net by Torsos. A lot of space here in the attacking half of Power, and this is a nice little transition set. Could be the first goal. Torsos, well, he was a little bit questionable yesterday, but he really warmed up into that series against TSM in the upper bracket. That's a great save from him. Good signs early.
CJ, I've got to ask, me being a bad caster and being late to tonight, prioritising basketball over the first series, I did miss a lot of it. I got to ask, what do you think Power was doing right?
Well, they were winning. I don't think they'll be too happy with how they played. I think Jim has said there were a few nerves, and particularly, I guess, we didn't realise coming into it that win would be their Birmingham ticket, but they knew, and they were playing in hindsight like they knew the major was on the line. So I'm expecting a different Power now that they've already qualified.
That is fair. Rez now with a 50. Scrub taking the ball into that back corner with full boost, looking to take it upfield. Has put it into the hands of Wildcard though. They are going to take the ball back down the other way. Nice 50 out of Gus as well, and Power do have possession, trying to get a shot off, but defense just too strong out of Wildcard right now.
Yeah, Power almost a chance there of getting goal number 1, but it all could come through Banana Head. As Rez misses the touch, Torsos worries him off it. A whifty comes through, and Scrub can pounce. And straight in the lap of Torsos. Off to the sidewall. Let's get bumped off. Fever there. Scrub has to just contain things for now. Needs to probably make 2 plays on this ball as Gus helps out. Power's been pretty impressive so far. They haven't been pinned in their own end, which is something that Wildcard are pretty good at doing.
Absolutely. Still just over a minute left on the clock, and not a goal in sight from either side at the moment. I do think Wildcard need to have a couple on the board at this point. The Power doing well to keep it away from net. Torsos sending it back down the other way. Banana Head looking for the pass to Fever. Shot goes a little bit wide though. So does the second one out of Banana Head, and Power managed to stay alive for now.
They're looking to keep pressure on. You can see Torsos there just grabbing boost. Means this could be goal number 1. Scrub, beautiful save though. Power having to play a lot of defense right now. It's certainly not as threatening of a wild card play style we've seen in the past, and that's double commit. Torsos, again third man, has to play goalkeeper. Banana Head cutting rotation as he loves to do. With a demo, one more bump, might have just opened everything up, but no, Fever's not there in time.
Torsos taking this one back down the other way, does get challenged by Scrub, who doesn't make connection with the ball though. A shot attempt from Fever has gone astray as well. Banana Head off the roof, looking for the flick, tries to go under Scrub instead, who reads it very well.
Here's Fever, down to Torsos, 3-man pass play, Banana Head, they've stolen this one, 9 seconds left. Wildcard, they just foxed them for 4 minutes 50, and they found the first late.
Beautiful little pass from Torsos to Banana Head in that one. Not playing the selfish game a wild card right now. They're passing it around. They're looking for those opportunities. They're creating space as well, and frustrating defense who are trying to challenge the ball coming out of rotation. Nice, easy one for wild card to capitalize.
Feels like the Chiefs play style from yesterday. A little boring 1-0, similar to NRG over in North America. They just played around with them, danced around the attacking half, and then they found their moment to strike. Great shot, Banana Head, low boost too, still found that bottom corner. They grabbed the first, but Power can't be too upset with how that one was looking.
No, definitely not. They managed to hold their own for a great deal of that game, although I do wonder if Wildcard just weren't warming into that one as much. They don't seem to be playing with the aggression that we've seen them play against some of the other teams, like when we've seen them come up against, the likes of Chiefs and TSM. But that was a bit of a slower one. I feel like it is very reminiscent of the Chiefs game yesterday, CJ, when the entire series was a little bit slower than we expected.
Yeah, it was kind of just two teams playing nice Rocket League. I mean, Wildcard had their traditional, couple of demos here and there because it's impossible for them not to get somewhat physical. But you're right, they lack that killer instinct. And I think they were just pretty happy to just play some solid rock and perhaps find an opening, which they did find late. And if that continues, they're not going to complain too much. But yeah, that wasn't the, all guns blazing Wildcard. Could play into Power's hands though. They also like playing this play style.
Yeah, not too many cutthroat plays or shots in that one. Wildcard definitely taking that game a little bit easier than we've seen them in the past. Both teams taking this one slow right now, I guess in the same sense that we didn't see Power aggressing too much either. There wasn't too much physical play. The demos and bumps that we usually see out of Wildcard weren't out in full force that game, but maybe they will come a little bit later in this series.
As we check out the fishies in the pond here, we are getting underway for game number 2. Let's see if Power can get their first on the board, or if Wildcard want to assume control and definitely go one way or the other. I think if Power win this, it will be another close one, or Wildcard might just open up the scoring with a ceiling pinch pass into a redirect by Thieves.
Oh, I was too focused on the double fake on the kickoff at the start. Both teams thinking alike, but then Fever comes out with a beautiful shot to start off this game. Wildcard, unlike last game, are in the lead very early on.
Yeah, they're flying now. I mentioned perhaps it was just game 1. We've got to remember as well, Power have played a series today, an entire best of 7. This is the first time for Wildcard. Scrubs made a mistake as well. Rez tried to save it off the crossbar. And I think Scrub thought he was going to do a little bit better, his teammate. He got caught on the post.
Oh, Scrum just get it. I was wondering, I couldn't see from where the camera angle was in that one, how far back. I didn't see Scrum go over the edge there, and I was thinking, why is he going towards someone so slow? Go a little bit faster, you got to get to that ball in time. It hasn't gone far enough out, it's not good, but mistakes like that happen, and Wildcard just capitalizing off things like that.
Beautiful shot, double save actually. Banana Head using Fever as a bit of a backboard. Double it out. Power had a good chance there. I like the speed from Gus. He's going to need to be a potent figure up forward. He's going to have to be the live wire for this Power lineup. But Torsos, a couple of wall dashes. He's probably the best in the world at that as well, Morgie. He's got something going on with his keyboard and mouse thing that makes that thing very easy.
Absolutely. I mean, how many players in this region have we got that are actually KBM players? And sometimes you realise the benefit of it sometimes. It does have... There are some pros to playing KBM. I'm a controller player. I think the majority of OCE, the majority of Rocket League players in general are controller, but nonetheless, Torsos doing well.
Yeah, not too many KBM players, but Torsos, he does it better than most. Massive whiff from Fever though. Scrub just went in case, and well, he's glad he did.
Absolutely, managing to keep Power alive in this one. Fever just not getting the touch he wanted on that ball. Scrub, a great read though. A great read to stay pushed up where he was.
Yeah, they found a chance, found an opening. Back to a 1-goal game, as we're seeing more kickoff strategies coming through from Wildcard. Torsos, I think, tried to use Banana Head as a ramp there, but get that one on target. Big whiff from Rez. Gus gets bumped out of the way. This is the Wildcard we know with the bumps, but Torsos, it's a bit what we saw yesterday, Morgie. Just a random whiff. Could be another goal coming through. There he is, though, for the save.
The 50s and the bumps coming out in full force in this one. Banana Head just able to make it back to that one in time. Gus not getting the touch off the sidewall. Torsos looking for a shot. Does get demoed. Rez pushed up in offense, just kind of camping out there for a little bit, waiting for an opportunity, but nothing going his way just yet.
Here is Rez, 50 with Tors, no boost for him. Banana Head dusted by Gus on this occasion. Fever looks for the double, finds it well, and it's soft enough for Torsos to follow up. Scrub awkward, but uses his old mate in the back corner for assistance. Half the game gone, still a lead for Wildcard. They'll be pretty happy with how this one's gone. One big mistake leading to the first goal down the other end, but so far in control again.
Fever bumped off that ball. Torsos and Scrub going for 50s. A nice shot off Rez to read that ball in the air and tie up this game.
Yeah, you can see Torsos, he was looking for the best possible 50, but Banana Head just went a bit aggressive. He was on the wall behind him. That pinch middle did not favour him in the slightest, and a couple of mistakes already from Wildcard defensively. But Power, they're good enough to punish.
Power being very careful about the way they're playing right now, trying not to be too aggressive, not push up too far. They know they don't want to make too many mistakes because Wildcard will use that against them every single time. They're waiting to draw Wildcard in so the ball can go back down the other end with a low boost. Maybe they can create some opportunities, but we're going back down the way at Wildcard to take a shot. Torsos managing to secure another one.
I think it was Fever being an absolute terror. You can see this regulation save. Fever actually clipped Scrub on the near post and just stomped him into the post. He couldn't get back to it. In the end, Torsos gets the open net. Really nice from Thieves off the ball. That's the dirty play we talk about that I just think we don't see as much from other teams, but it might just turn into 2 goals. It could still, it should still, and it will. Torsos has a hat-trick.
Absolutely. It's something I love to see out of Wildcard. It's not always the demos. It's not always taking a player completely out of the mix. Sometimes it's the tiniest little touch on the edge of a car that throws off momentum and can prevent a save from happening, and that's what we've just seen.
Shout out to one of the OCE goats, Nolski, in the chat as well. He would have witnessed a lot of Torsos gameplay in his time. Off the bar, follow-up, Gus. One of the newer kids on the block has brought it back to 1.
My, oh my, Power are still alive in this one. Torsos not expecting the bounce down from the crossbar there. Gus, though, reading it very well. Power only down by 1 goal at the moment. 1:35 left on the clock. Plenty of time to equalise the series.
Yeah, lovely positioning from the bus. Here is Phoebes, no boost. He's just giving it straight to Scrub. This is a nice chance if Gus can find the angle. Torsos off the bar, fantastic save. Could have easily been a tie game, but they've not only let the attack slip or the shot, they've whiffed in transition, and Wildcard nearly capitalised there. It's getting a little bit chaotic towards the last minute.
Very, very well read by Torsos and by Wildcard. The ball's going to go back down the other way. It was almost looking like it was going to be wide for a second there. Power just pushing that third man up so high. I think maybe that was, Rez was wide. I think Scrub maybe was supposed to be third man in that situation, but Reddy trying to take the shot, trying to equalise the game. It's gone to their detriment. They're now down by 2.
Yeah, that's one of those times where you're checking out the replay analysis later on and you look at the overhead cam and think, yeah, that's probably not great. That's probably not ideal positioning. All 3 of them basically on the backboard of Wildcard there in attack. Banana Head near post. Just trying to make it awkward for Gus, but he does well enough. Double commit. I don't think they're on the same page now. The panic is setting in for Power at the moment. 2-0 lead is looking likely for this Wildcard lineup, and yeah, they've had a couple of chances, Power, but you can't be conceding 5 goals in a game.
No, absolutely not. And it makes me wonder, CJ, it's, teams like this, like Wildcard, like Power even, you don't expect them to make rotational errors like that. But there's a part of me that thinks, is it desperation? Were they wanting to get a quick goal and tie the game up? Is it, the opposite where, we talked about there's not really a lot on the line for these teams right now, and they're just playing it a little bit more casually. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, I think you can sometimes not be on the same page as your teammates. Some want to slow the game down and pick it apart. Others are trying to speed it up like Banana Head. Don't know how that's not fallen in, but I need to get on the same page here, Power. Wildcard, with a couple of defensive mistakes, still were too good. So that is worrying for the other side. But first 2 games, pretty good start, as Power have now called the timeout.
They have. We've seen a decent amount of shots out of both of these teams at the moment, though. Wildcard with 14 shots in that game compared to Power's 8, 9, 10. So, we're seeing opportunities down at both ends at the moment. There are a couple of really incredible saves in that match, though. So, credit to both teams' defense right now. Power.
Yeah, I think it's still 5-3. It's quite a high scoring game, but yeah, I think I spoke about it. It's just Power. I think they just play too nice, Morgan. I think they're just playing too nice at Rocket League. You see Wildcard Fever. He's bumping, Scrub on the wall. They're getting these freebies. Banana Head's always looking for demos when he's rotating from opposite corner up front, never rotating back. I want to see some more of that from Power. I think that's such a weapon for Wildcard that they constantly use that I really don't think other teams have implemented.
Oh, absolutely. They've been so well known for so long to be that really aggressive physical team, seeking out those demos, seeking out those bumps, just the tiny little bumps that can make a huge difference impacting defense. But, Yummy and I were talking about it last match, or Yummy brought up, it's the timing of those demos and the timing of those bumps that Wildcard gets really right as well. Power, they had a couple of demos in the last game, but it's just not the right place and the right time to take out a member of defense, to take out that third man and create a scoring opportunity.
Let's see if the timeout are able to discuss a few of our thoughts there, Morgan, can implement them into their play style. As we're seeing glimpses again, but I feel like we've said that all split about Power. We see these glimpses, but it's not quite sustaining the course of any of these tournaments or the opens we've had so far. But timeout complete, 90 seconds to think about it from Power. Wildcard in a fantastic spot. You have to remember as well that Wildcard are only going to get better and better as the series goes on.
That is true indeed. They are the type of roster to develop a lot of momentum as the series goes on. So, Power have got to be careful about letting them get away with these first two games here. I have to admit though, I do really like this Power roster, and this was the old Kid Gang roster in the off-season. It was a roster I really believed in. I think, you've got players like Scrub, who has a great deal of experience. Chores from the old Karkas Minions roster has played overseas as well, so has managed to develop that kind of that stronger mindset. In the same vein, Gus, really really adaptable player, has played on some top rosters and manages to fit in really well no matter where he plays. So this is a really exciting roster. I do think they've got a long way to go, but I do think they're going to go far.
Yeah, coming into the season, you can look at all the lineups, and you probably naturally have them as the fourth team, as the leftover team. But you're kind of thinking, well, hang on, if they can find something here, there's no reason why they couldn't be the best team in the region. And unfortunately, it wasn't just 4 teams in OCE. We had Scrims World come out of the woodwork like a polar bear in Arlington, Texas, and ruin a few things for most teams. But yeah, that's still the potential on paper is there for Power. I just think they haven't quite found that consistent magic yet.
Definitely. I think Power and Scrims are both kind of in the same category of being that kind of underdog team at the moment. We're looking at Wildcard, obviously, who went so long, undefeated for so long. Chiefs have some massive talent as well, same as TSM. So, there is some damage they can do. They are up early in this third game here, so if they can keep the lead, maybe they can keep the game.
Speaking of damage, it's another defensive mistake from Wildcard. Fever going boost over a ball. Just thought he had a bit more time, but in the end, Rez, he was too quick and too good. 90 seconds gone. Great start off the timeout. We talk about the timeout buff. It's working so far.
That's it. Nice and cold early and not leaving it on series point is what we love to see. Torsos getting menaced there on the goal line. Who was that? That was Rez chasing him down, allowing Scrub the opportunity to take that underneath Torsos and secure a second goal.
Yeah, I think Tors definitely heard Rez coming off the backboard, so he pre-jumped it. Really smart play there from Scrub at the end, just to recognise where the gap was and punish. So 2 chances, 2 goals there from Power. Really impressive. Pressure is on Wildcard at the moment.
Now trying to get it out of their half, but a lot of midfield challenging happening out of Power. Some demos from Wildcard taking Power's defense out of the mix right now. Rez trying to get it back down the other way, does manage to get it over Torsos, who does flick it to that backboard. Going to go back down the other way though, maybe a shot opportunity, but Gus not ready for that.
Really distracted. Someone said in chat, what's Express doing nowadays? And I've just been thinking about him. Sure, demo. Hang on a minute. I'm back on the game. Never mind, Sauce. Probably should have left that one. There's one of the goats of OCE. The ground zero as well. You would have had a bit to do with that. Express, do you miss him? I miss him.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it's always sad to see one of the top players retire, but you're always hoping. We were talking about it yesterday, right? So many so many retired players in OCE coming back to have a second shot expressed. We haven't seen that from him just yet. Maybe one day, who knows?
Maybe one day. And speaking of old players, I've been playing some rank 2s with Drippe lately. He could be back next season, so I'm hoping anyway. Could be the saviour for OCE. Anyway, I've been told to lock back in, so my eyeballs are well and truly on this game as Power are really making defense tough for themselves. This is very, very awkward, but Gus gets them out of trouble. They've only got under 2 minutes now to hang on to this one. Could get their first game win on the board.
For a second, I was thinking, who said? I didn't hear anyone say lock back in. And I realised that's chat telling us off for having a bit of a conversation off topic. But we do have a minute 30 left in this game, and Wildcard are down by 2. Who would have thought Power wanting to hold on to this lead right now? Got to park the bus, but they've got to be careful because Wildcard are just going to regress.
I nearly think the wildcard shots are too good. Everything's top corner, but they're reading everything, Power, and they get down the other end and capitalise 3-0. This is the Power we see once every 2 games against other teams, and they found it against one of the best in the region.
Once every 2 games is probably... No, I think you're about right with that one. Any game we've seen out of Power recently, they've dominated and then they've been dominated. There's no middle ground for this roster right now. They're coming up against the number 1 seed in OCE, a minute left, and they're up by 3. Doing well to hold on to this one, but if the story rings true, the Wildcard are just going to come back swinging the next one.
Yeah, really nice. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Wildcard called a timeout, given this game is, I'd say, well and truly over. But as we mentioned, the previous result was 4-2 to Wildcard, so certainly not going to be a sweep the way this one's going. And yeah, I'm not sure what they said on the timeout, but certainly been a few mistakes from Wildcard, and importantly, they've kept a clean sheet, which is probably the most impressive thing against Wildcard.
Absolutely. Keeping them locked out of any scoring opportunity at the moment. Not a single goal on the board for Wildcard, but Rez is hitting these shots, hitting these angles at the moment. Top corner over Banana Head, tries to make the save. I think that was still going in. It looked like it was going crossbar and in, but Banana Head couldn't get that one out.
He had no boost as well. He had no right to get that angle. Banana Head certainly wasn't expecting it. But there it is, 4-0, and there's the other side of things, a backflip, top corner Banana Head shot. The beauty of OCE.
Oh no, the clean sheet as well, Scrub. It's so many scoring opportunities at the moment have just been off the back of mistakes. Other than that last shot by Rez, most of the shots this game have been off Wildcard's mistakes, off Power's mistake just then as well. Both teams really needing to tighten up their defense.
That's the best time to make mistakes. That's what I try to do as well, get my whiffs out of the way when you've guaranteed the win. 4-1 there for Power. Really nice response to almost 5. As we said, the timeout really has worked for this team. They've locked back in, and this is the best we've seen yet against the top lineup. They have been, I guess, handed in the past some tough losses against the top 3, but really good response. 4-1 win, Power on the board.
Definitely what they're wanting to see is a game on the board early without letting Wildcard take this to series point. They don't want Wildcard to get away with a sweep, and they've made sure they are preventing that one. What have we got here? 8 shots out of Power, similar amount of shots out of Wildcard as well. It was a really good game, that one.
Yeah, a really good game for Power. I think Wildcard made a fair few mistakes. There was that initial boost over ball moment from Thieves. And really, they'd had one option, one attack. There wasn't really sustained pressure from Power. They just found that one mistake and went bang, scored, made the most of it. And as you said, there's 8 shots from Power. They've scored 50% of them. So that's really impressive.
Definitely a good position for them to be in. Out of contention for Birmingham, but they still don't want to let Wildcard get away with this one easy. Still wanting to make it through to the final. Wildcard, on the other hand, wanting to take back their titles as reigning champs off Scrims World and take out this Open as well.
See the highlights there, the replay man and observers going absolutely crazy here in OCE Fortress Global, the best production in the biz. That's why everyone's here hanging out. I love seeing people in chat as well, Morgie, coming in going, oh my god, like OCE. if this is what it's like every time, I'm waking up. I'm setting the alarm. And let me tell you, yes, this is what it's like every time. Absolute chaos. You don't know what you're going to get as we head into Game 4.
Oh, absolutely. It's absolute cinema, OCE Rocket League. And, you know, if you're an international viewer in the chat and you're tuning in, definitely make sure to keep tuning in next split anytime we're on broadcast. It's always a lot of fun. You see the nerves come out, you see the mistakes being made, but there are also some incredible goals. We had some fantastic ones yesterday, some banger shots. I'm sure we'll see a few more today.
Here's Torsos using every pixel of that extended hitbox on the Dominus just to launch it upfield with 0 boost. Just as he has done there, skimming it to the wall. Banana Head, great pass. He's actually got it behind one. It's a free double for Thieves, and he doesn't miss those. What a response from Wildcard.
Beautiful, beautiful shot there from Fever. The pass from Banana Head as well to set that one up. That is classic for Wildcard. It's what we want to see out of them. It's how we want to see them scoring, and they're up by 1.
There was just no wasted movement from Fever. That was perfect, but I love the pass from Banana Head. If you watch the overhead cam on that, Banana Head had to get it in behind that defender. They were ready for the wall touch, and he just got it straight enough where Fever had a free double and a beautiful finish. Minute gone. Great start as Scrubs turn the corner. Fever this time ready to go. If they can tidy up defensively, Wildcard, they should be able to regain control of this one. But Power certainly playing the best we've seen in a bit.
Wildcard doing well to keep the offensive pressure on at the moment. They're wanting to keep this ball in Power's half. A whip out of Banana Head there, manages to recover and keep possession of the ball. No boost in the tank though, tries to challenge these defenders. Banana Head with a shot, no boost. Can he get it? No. Scrub there for the save.
You can see what he's doing though, low boost. He's just making them as awkward as possible. Wasn't sure who got demoed there. Lucky it wasn't Fever. He has been demoed now though. And can someone tell Scrub that it's not Tony Hawk Underground? What is going on here? He's done the 360 no scope and doesn't get that one on net. But as Banana Head works it downfield. Goodness me, everything's happening here.
I missed the play that caused him to be backwards, but I saw the opportunity. I was thinking, no, he's not going to hit this. Manages still to regain possession and keep control of that one, which is quite impressive. The shot did not go in though. Wildcard still up by 1 goal in this, trying to get the ball out of their half. See a shot attempt from Gus though, but cannot get it past defense right now.
Gus is downfield if he finds the touch at almost 50'd, but this is really nice from Power. They're just sticking forward. They're playing with confidence. They're causing some whifty-whifties to happen. And there is Banana Head, as he always does. Whilst the chaos is happening, Morgie, he's gone down the other end, grabbed their corner boost, and cut rotation to get them out.
Definitely putting on the pressure, as you can see. Rez looking for a shot now, goes for the pinch, gets it past Fever as well, who wasn't expecting the speed on that one. Rez has tied up this game.
You can see B-Head get tusted, and Torsos has been a puja right out of the play. Fever not back in time. Rez gets the opening. Here we go. Power. 4 shots as well. They've had more pressure so far than Wildcard. And almost have given up a kickoff goal.
Power have clearly decided if Scrims World and the Chiefs can take down Wildcard, well, so can we. They're trying to make sure that they can secure this win. They want to go through to the next stage here. They want to take on the best of the best. They're doing so to Wildcard right now. The shot goes wide from Gusto. Rez with the follow-up defense just too tight.
What is going on? Should have been a goal. Still should be a goal. Banana Head. No boost. Gus. Corner. Everybody there. Torsos can just air dribble this for days. That definitely should have been the second for Power. As you mentioned, it feels like when a team gets a win, like a Scrims World, it gives that belief for every other team. The old saying, if it bleeds, you can kill it. And I think people realised last event, Morgie, that Wildcard can bleed. Why not have a crack at them?
Yeah, finally everybody had decided that it was about time for Wildcard to bleed. But they're not going to bleed in this one. They're going to take a second goal here. Banana Head with a beautiful, beautiful tee up to Torsos. Sends that one past Rez down into the bottom right corner of net. And they've taken the lead in this game.
Putting some respect on that Torsos shot as well. It's just behind the defender, back post. He just turns that Dominus into a plank and has just skimmed it on net. As Banana Head had an opening. Just wasn't quite across that one to get it on net, but Minute left. Let's see. We see Wildcard often in these situations batten down the hatches. If they can hold on to this, they'll be on match point.
That's it. Power definitely needing to force some more errors out of Wildcard if they want more scoring opportunities. It's what's boded well for them in the past, in these last couple of games. Been waiting for Wildcard to make mistakes, but Wildcard have definitely tightened things up. Needing to be careful on that one. Never mind, I'm going to zip at that. Right when I say they've tightened up their defense, more mistakes are happening.
Yeah, that's just silly, but Torsos, he drove forward because Gus was threatening the bump. And once again, Power get an opening. There was just one place to put that back post. They fire, they shoot, they score. They've had more shots again this game. They're back in it.
Absolutely fighting for their lives this match. I see the ball caught in the corner. A potential shot. I thought Fever was going to take the shot there. Looks for Banana Head instead. I've talked about how much it impresses me in the past, but I love play that's not selfish. Fever could have taken the shot. Looks for Banana Head. Rez goes for the challenge. Scrub can't get to that ball. Can't make that read. And Wildcard are up again.
Yeah, Fever sold you and I thought he was just trying to set up the placement for the shot top corner. What a pass, but also what a shot from Banana Head, and that's going to be game. That hurts off the kickoff, just too quick.
Goes for the demo as well, just to make sure, just to secure this one. Takes out Gus, secures the goal. Nice, easy tap in. That might be GG's.
I reckon it will be. 4-2, 31 seconds. Kickoff strats. What has Power got? It's a regulation back corner, but they've gone the wrong way. Wildcard to win this one. Either pre-flip will make sure of that. 25 seconds. As they haven't needed to call the timeout. I'm confident that they were able to regain off that first loss. And 3-1 triple match point. It'll look pretty scary with anyone, but particularly this wildcard lineup. They'll be wanting to end this one pretty quickly, and a really nice game from them.
Wildcard probably one of the teams that I would view as not needing a timeout buff. You know, they can bring it back without needing that time to talk, without needing that time to discuss. They just need to lock in a little bit better, as they have here. Didn't need the timeout, and they have taken this game 4.
Yeah, I don't think they often lose when they're 3-1 up. I was just trying to check the scores from last event to see if Scrims World did it, but that was a 2. That was actually 3-2 for Scrims World in that Game 7 semi-final. But wildcard, last time, as we said, it was 4-2, which is this game's score. But this time, I'm feeling like they can put the foot down again now. I love the way that Power are able to capitalise on these mistakes, but they're leaking goals too easily now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Power also, a lot of reliance on Rez at the moment to be that offensive pressure to get those shots. And to be fair, he's scoring them, he's getting the angles, but we need to see a little bit more offense out of the other two as well. We're looking at wildcard stats, all 3 players on the scoreboard, all 3 of them able to rotate and play that first man position to their best ability. It's something that we need to see a little bit better out of Power.
As we were hopping on to Neo Tokyo, but I was quite confused. I thought this doesn't feel like game number 6, which it's not, so we're just going to quickly swap the map back over. Game 5, what map is game 5 now I think about it? Is it Canyon? Game 5?
That is a great question. Actually, I'm trying to think. I'm trying
to think of the rotation.
Completely mind blanked on it now. What is game 5? Chat?
It's certainly something.
Someone in chat now.
Someone would know the rotation. Is it Forbidden Temple? Could be Forbidden.
It might be, actually.
I don't know. Someone just said that in chat and I'm thinking about it, but certainly the players are aware because straight away they said, this isn't the right map, this isn't our map, it's game 5, it's game 5. So we'll get that one sorted, and maybe a little mini timeout here. It worked last time for Power. Perhaps they've just told the referee, can you just put on a different map and give us a bit more time to talk about this and see if it works for them.
Yep, definitely needing that timeout on series point right now against Wildcard, against our number 1 seed. We're definitely wanting a little bit of time to chat. So accidental timeout, but nonetheless, maybe they're hoping that this will play in their favour.
And we're going underwater, of course, for Aquadome Game 5. I was thinking about it. I just couldn't find it. But give us a little tour, perhaps, of the fishies. Can I see a shark? I wouldn't mind seeing a shark on this intro. That'd be lovely. So players are ready to go. Mini timeout for both teams. Wildcard in the box seat. Triple match point. And looking to lock this one in. Can we see something? What do we got underwater? Any sharkies? Any fish?
Surely we'll see.
It's a distracting map, isn't it? When I'm playing, I'm and the big great white shark goes past, I'm looking at it.
Absolutely. No, I get that. Actually, speaking of, do you have a favorite map?
Ooh, favorite map. I think Neo Tokyo is my favorite map. So I feel like I have the best memories on Game 6. I think we've won a few in Game 6, so I like Neo Tokyo. I don't really love Champions Field, actually. Or Laxon Field. Oh, sorry. Actually, no, it can't be Laxon Field anymore because he lost. He had it for a moment. What are you doing? What is this wild card?
Oh my. That... Even did not expect that one. Saw two teammates rushing towards that ball and just thought, I can relax here. No, not at all. Typical. We're going to see own goals happen. There's our one for this series. Better or worse than the Scrims one we saw last series, I don't know, but nonetheless, it's put power on the board.
It could be better. A team pinch is pretty impressive on net. That takes 2 people to go the wrong way. That's not great right now, especially because they could be letting power back into this one. I mean, it honestly, I think we spoke about it yesterday. It feels like an itch you need to scratch, getting an own goal in there. And certainly Banana Head and Torso also scratched that itch well and truly now, you'd hope.
It's going to happen at some point. Honestly, the best time for it to happen to Wildcard is when they're up 3-1 in the series. This is the game to you got a little bit of a buffer. You'd hope it wouldn't be happening in Game 7.
You'd hope not. I don't know, when I was playing, even just missing open nets, I'm like, I just wouldn't mind not putting this in the net. Wouldn't mind just missing. Oh, there it is. But this time it was a couple of awkward moments there for Wildcard. 1-0 still, power and control. Fever had to make a good touch. A lot of defense played, and there's low boost here for Banana Head. He's at the wall dash, but he's missed it. Fever needs to get back. Does so as Gus is ball chasing, just trying to pin this Wildcard team in net.
Scrub looking for the center, but Fever with a massive clear back down the other way. Banana Head trying to cross it into a teammate as well. Torsos there with 0 boost, gets it to the ball. Can't get the pass off to Fever for the shot though. Gus playing one-man defense right now, trying to get this ball out, manages to get it to the corner and does get the clear.
Here's Fever with a lot of space. He's going to take it up the wall himself. Awkward first touch means he's got to go wall. He tries to reset it back on net, but Scrub didn't have to do anything to beat Banana Head there. He just came flying in as he always does. There's a lot of space for Fever. Ooh. He's actually sniped bottom corner. Is it in? No, pinched out. Banana Head should score and does. Out of nowhere, Wildcard just find an opening.
Looked like that one was definitely going in from Fever there. The save as well, but Banana Head ready to clean that one up and equalize this. Great positioning we're seeing out of Wildcard at the moment. It's definitely an aggressive rotation, but it's working well.
Yeah, you mentioned the positioning. I feel like he often... Oh, this is a nice wall touch, but also in trouble. Gus has to turn, no. I was going to say with Banana Head, it feels like he's always in the wrong spot, but more often than not, when there is an open net, he finds himself in the right spot. His rotations don't make sense, but they do to this wildcard lineup, and here he is again with boost. He's going to go one more off the backboard, can't get the double, but Scrub. Oh my goodness, how has Banana Head hit that with his butt and put that center?
Oh no, just managed Gus as well, not expecting that one. I don't blame him. Back flipping there as well, just as a last resort to try and make it to the ball. Unable to do so though, and Wildcard are up by a goal.
Yeah, a couple of just random moments, and it's you want to punish teams for making mistakes like a double pinch own goal, but here they are, 2-1 up now. And well and truly back in the driver's seat. Shaw's has crept up. Banana Head could have a solo one last. He's looking for a bump. Scrub takes that to safety. But the pressure is on power now. Fever's whiffed, but just won't be open for Shaw's.
I feel like with any mistake we see out of Wildcard, with any own goal, they come back with 2 very redeeming shots, that's for sure. Gus now trying to look to take it back down the other end. 50 though from Fever does keep the ball in Wildcard's offensive position. Rez trying to take it back as well. Now we've got Torsos on the wall, getting a little bit of a dash there. Tries to get the flick over as well, but the ball's gone loose.
Yeah, there's Torsos' wall dash. As I mentioned before, it looks like he's cheating. I think we need to investigate him on those ones. The old KBM working his magic. He's got an open net here, though. He goes to double instead. No, it's a fake for Fever, who has no boost, and he's missed. Where's Banana Head? Here he is now, just keeping pressure on. Oh, that's terrible. That is a terrible double commit. One man with 100, the other with 0, but someone's got to go, not both.
No, a little bit of a miscommunication out of Power, maybe a little bit of panic as well, giving Wildcard such an easy goal. Power, they have 55 seconds to fight for this one, to try and regain it and get it back, but if they lose this game, that's it for them.
Yeah, they went for it. They went for the pinch kickoff there. It didn't quite work. In the end, the pinch was down the other end where they pinched it straight off the ceiling to an open net. Torsos doesn't quite get the ground pinch with 40 seconds left. I want to give some credit to Power before, well, they look to be eliminated here. I do love seeing the triple Fennec Power decal. I love seeing them rock that. I love to see more esports teams or organisations just rocking the full kit. But with 20 seconds left, they still need 2 Morgie, and Wildcard, they've probably just done it again.
Yeah, I can't see Wildcard relaxing anytime soon and giving Power the opportunity to score 2 here. They're definitely tightened up. They're not allowing them many attacking positions here. Maybe another shot. Can't quite get it past defense though. That is going to be it. That is Power's run done for this open, and Wildcard have come out victorious.
They're on top, and I still wish I looked this up before. They're pretty close to guaranteeing number 1 seed. They were 5 points clear, so perhaps if Chiefs or TSM win the event, we might have a tiebreaker for the seed. Will we have a seeding tiebreaker? Oh, gee, I'm not doing my job right now. Yummy Cheese Man, can you help me out?
We don't do seeding tiebreaker matches. I think it is based off tiebreaker rules, and historically, I actually haven't gone through the rules this season, but historically that's been whoever's performed the best in the most recent event.
Sounds good.
So you could go ahead of Power Wildcard if you did that.
Good win though for Wildcard there, Morgie. Just a brief hiccup, or maybe the timeout buff for Team Power. But I just, we mentioned at the start, it feels like Power are really they're a good team, but against the top 3, they're just failing to step up to those better teams.
Yeah, definitely haven't worked out the little nuances yet, or they're not working out kind of the weaknesses of those top 3 teams, how they can take advantage of them just yet. They're making their own mistakes. They haven't developed that consistency that they need. But I think with a little bit more time together, it's only a matter of time before they are that challenging team.
Well, they're going to have a little while off in the off-season to prepare for that. Hopefully, no roster changes. Team that sticks together grows together, but we do still have a couple of very important matches coming up, including our qualifier here for the major right after this break.
Welcome back to OCE RLCS 2025 Birmingham Major Open 3, everybody. We've had 3 of our 5 series here already tonight. Biggest one potentially being that Scrims World TSM series that saw Scrims World, our second seed going into today, knocked out for contention going into the Birmingham Major. We've just seen Wildcard take on Power, our number 1 seed in Wildcard, come out dominant with a 4-1 lead, securing their place in this grand final. Yummy, I've got to ask, if you're Wildcard looking to this next series, Chiefs take on TSM, who would you want to play in that grand final?
I don't think they're too worried about that one, to be honest. Maybe a chance to take down TSM after they made the grand final. But boys, this is the chance of the major. Whoever wins this is going to the major. This is just a knockout match. Basically, the tiebreaker that we were denied.
Well, yeah, no tiebreaker coming up. Scrims World, unfortunately, out, but these are the ones you play for. This gets me excited. I can't stop smiling. I'm just thinking about back in the day when you have this shot. I mean, you either, after 45 minutes, it's either the best feeling in the world or the worst, and I've been on both sides for sure. And yeah, only one winner can come out on top.
Well, it reminds you, I mean, the one thing I really miss, CJ, is the kind of regional championship where you get in there and anything can happen. Every single match is so crucial, and there is, of course, the qualifying match. And we at least get that chance to have that today. It's a rare opportunity when you've got 3 events across a split to have one match where both teams can make it.
Brings me back. It takes me back, Morgie. Those were the days. But yeah, fortunately enough, I guess sometimes these days you're versing like a 16th seed in the first round of Regional 3 and you've qualified. But we're going down to the wire, semi-final action. And I think both teams would, I prefer seeing it, two teams have to play each other to get in rather than beating getting a lucky bracket or just being on the other side and qualifying. So this is perfect.
Oh, absolutely. For a lot of these teams, for those top 3 contenders being Scrims World, the Chiefs and TSM, coming into today was really scary, having all 3 of those teams on one side of the bracket. Scary for them, exciting for us, exciting for the audience. We want to see a battle here. Chiefs and TSM on equal points. Scrims World now out of the picture. This is the do or die game. Whoever makes it through to Birmingham with wildcard. The next match is just going to be a battle for whoever wants to take the open. But this is the important one.
I'm going Chiefs.
Leading into this.
I'm going Chiefs.
Well,
I'm getting into
it. You're going Chiefs. Yeah, of course you're going Chiefs. Look, I doubted TSM earlier. You went for TSM earlier. I doubted them TSM earlier and end up being wrong in a game 7 0-second mark. So I got to switch it over.
Fair enough.
No, TSM they took out the Chiefs in the last time they played 4-0, but I feel like the Chiefs are going to want to bring this one back. They were the team that took down wildcard other than Scrims World, so they're going to want to take this.
Let's do it.
We head into it now. The qualifying match for Birmingham. TSM versus Healthy Chiefs. It's all on the line.
Yeah, Razier's trying to get a free ticket home. Back to EU, back to Birmingham. Don't think he lives there, but definitely doesn't live there, thinking about the fact that he is German. But anyway, here we go.
I now understand it, CJ. You've gone over to EU. You're now the EU broadcast. You don't care about OCE. That's why you predicted Chiefs. You want to see the EU victory representing OCE.
I'm ready to see the full EU takeover of the world as well. The final region to not have an EU player take down a qualifier or a regional is OCE. Chiefs, a couple of series away, but they've got the big one right here. TSM coming off a hot game 7. Super Lucky, the superhero in that one. 0-second goal over Scrims World, but he needs to produce magic again here against the Chiefs, Yummy.
The last series against Scrims World did show that experience didn't matter. Everybody is affected by the nerves of a major on the line. Maybe the only real question here we have now, because everybody else has been to a major, is Razier's, funnily enough, who will be going to his first major. Has played at the Gamers 8 tournament, but hasn't been in this do-or-die qualification spot. So will he be able to live up to the nerves?
Chiefs, the informed team of this event. As Kaka had an opportunity to shoot, they've decided to go the long way around, and could have been the first goal. As I mentioned, Chiefs, Yummy, only dropped 1 game so far in the main event, and that was in the group stage. 2 power, 3-1. They swept wildcard, they swept 2-man, and here they are. But all that doesn't matter. It's all about this best of 7.
Comes down to the elimination matches. They're no longer in the upper bracket with an extra life. They're no longer in the Swiss stages where they get multiple goes at it. You've got to be able to perform in these best of 7 stages when teams have timeouts available, when they know that they could be eliminated. You see it at LANs as well, CJ, is that often it comes down to who can play the best when the pressure and the nerves are the highest.
You could say that TSM are the battle-hardened team. That Game 7, it was already a qualifier for the event, pretty much, knocking out Scrims World. Let's see if they take that experience, if they can reset, or perhaps they gave everything there and don't have anything for the semi-final.
I hope they're not tired out. You know, that's the effects of adrenaline. A Game 7, a 0-second goal from Super Lucky. A hat-trick from him. But I will say, last series that they played started off, quite good, and then got rougher and rougher as it got closer and closer to do or die time. seeing pretty clean gameplay already from the start of this one as well, and it's good signs, I guess, here for both teams. Hunter, big pinch down. It's not going to be on time.
Yeah, Hunter's sticking in the octane as well. As you said it perfectly, both sides have been defending really well. I mean, too many mistakes. All that Kaka's actually given up possession here. This is a nice chance for Chiefs to set up with the boost steal as well. That's a double commit for TSM. Kaka's going to have to work it out, but he has missed the ball. Oh, I think it's been cleared in the end by Raziers. Chiefs looking pretty solid. Both teams looking locked in. Can't really critique too harshly. Fiber with space, though. Just trying to open it up. It does feel like one of those games where it's just going to be tooth and nail for every ball.
It's also, I think, in terms of crowd support, a very even. It's not like Scrims World where a lot of the chat are always backing there. There's plenty of Chiefs fans, plenty of TSM fans. It's also interesting for me, as a purveyor of OCE, I kind of want to see us performing well at Worlds and at international lands. And somebody who's always impressed me at the lands has been Fiber. So maybe he can go, and Razier's pretty solid at Gamers 8 as well. Maybe that is a team that can perform at the top.
Yeah, considering all the circumstances, is obviously pretty public now that Pioneers roster was just being blown up after Worlds, and Fiber on the chopping block and still performing with that pressure was huge. I think everyone was impressed, even international viewers and fans are able to see a bit of magic from Fibes, but could all count for nothing if he doesn't get the job done here. TSM will certainly want to get back over there. Amphis has proven himself internationally, as has Super Locky. Even Kaka at the Esports World Cup with Hunter, who he's now against. There's a potential double saved by Hunter. No goals so far. We could be having a 0-0 OT. Honestly, I probably would have predicted this coming into it. Fiber has to go. Double 50 from Super Locky. All will be down.
I don't think we've seen that once this event. Not a single 0 all overtime. OC teams have very much been about attack, and the kickoff almost going the way of Super Locky. A few of these have been decided right from the get-go in overtime, but we may be in for a long one after all.
Yeah, it's been a reminiscent of Chiefs gameplay so far at this event. We look at that first series against Two Man, that first best of 7 in the main event. There was a couple of 1-0 games there and a workman-like performance. TSM as well, like to play just solid rock. But that's not very solid in defense. Fiber had a tiny window to hit, and top bins he found.
Hunter put so much sauce on that touch. It goes so far away from Amphis, and he originally turned out thinking he'd be able to catch up to that ball. Boy, was he wrong, and powerful shot. Top bins, probably the best placement he possibly could have got. And I'll tell you what, CJ, in a lot of these crucial matches, people are hitting the crossbar there, not Fiber.
Fiber Beast wouldn't hit the crossbar, but I would. I still think that was a well-guarded net, but the shot was even better. In the end, just one chance. Raziers didn't actually register a shot that game. You could see TSM having the majority of the pressure in that one. Just looking at the shots, just 3 for the Chiefs overall, so that's a really low number to be still winning with 9 on the board for TSM, but none in the net.
What a juxtaposition from earlier Chiefs gameplay. Remember Event 1 when it was Chiefs and Wildcard, and we were thinking, God, this is all-out attack versus all-out attack. They were conceding, both teams conceded like 15 goals in a game. It was like a 7-8 or something like that, and we were just thinking, man, where is OC going from? And this change has been a very big defensive effort from both teams. Nobody really willing to take any unnecessary risks. And I think that's a good sign, at least going forward.
I'd say as well that Chiefs would be looking heavily at international gameplay. I know that Fiber is a student of the game, and particularly with NRG, regular conversations with Sathu. So I'd say that defensive structure lends itself to what we have seen over in North America, Yummy. You can even see with the NRG play style, they always have their third man sitting so far back. Daniel often is right in their net while they're pressuring, and perhaps that has paid dividends here. Clean sheet, even though they conceded 3 times as many shots.
Head towards game number 2. Don't think TSM truly need to change anything. There were a couple of indicators in the last last series and what they might be the best at, and that is pushing somebody forward behind the defense and making them awkward. And he's looking close to a goal. Still another chance. It is right in front of net. Amphis can't find the angle.
He's just got to hit that. There's no questions asked. I mean, we can praise Chiefs' defense as well, but I think just pure weight of numbers suggests that this could also just be completely opened up down the other end. If TSM can open the floodgates, 9 shots, they should be scoring. If they keep that up, they should be winning. We'll see if game 2, Chiefs can keep up the defense. It's tough to sustain though.
Here's Raziers. Love watching him on the ball. He's able to do so much with it. It's the same as Fiber. They always seem to have a little bit more boost than everybody else when they are in the air. It's going to be hanging out just in the TSM end for a little bit. Pressure attempted as Raziers keeps that 50 going. And on the other end, Super Lucky gets demoed for his efforts. He wanted the slow play and he got accosted. And first now. Oh, he's missed it by a mile. He really wanted to pass that in the centre.
He wanted the skimmy dim on that one. Doesn't find it. Here's Kaka with 100 boost. Sees the pre-jump. Goes low instead. Now takes it up. He's got beautiful position on this. They'll lose the 50 back to Super Lucky. Does pop it over the top, but it's bumped for his work. Hunter, Amphis could be in trouble here. A bump coming through. You can see Razier's ready. He pounces. That was big trouble for TSM. Really well set up by the Chiefs.
A damned if you do, damned if you don't moment as Hunter chasing down Amphis prevented him from attacking the ball. He tries to stay behind it, and Raziers just waits patiently and strikes when he can.
You mentioned wildcard going for those bump plays. I've been really impressed with that factor in Chiefs' play style as well. So often, they just leave the ball and go and bump the guy who is looking to challenge, just trusting that there's going to be someone in behind to get a free ball. And right there is pretty similar, with Hunter finding the air dribble bump. 1-0 to the Chiefs. And we won't be having another 0-0 overtime.
It's Kaka down to Amphis attempting to tie this one up. We say it all the time, CJ. Amphis always looks his best when he's kind of in that attacking half already. And hasn't been able to achieve that against TSM. They're playing very much behind the ball, which is a safer game plan, but it's also costing them attacking opportunities. Haven't scored a single goal just yet, TSM, the first 2 games. Hunter slowing it down. They're happy to hold on to that 1-goal lead as Raziers maybe a chance himself.
You need to see Hunter there, though. It's just a beautiful 50. You can see he's thinking about every touch. We talk about, I think back in the first series, negative, being that kind of player. I think Hunter's really stepped up. He came onto the scene as just a pure mechanical zero brain type operator, and now he's really developed the other side of his game. As I said, he's checking out other play styles, he's learning from other players, some of the best in the world, and he's really worked on that side of quality over quantity.
Takes years to develop that skill, especially at the professional level, especially in OCE, because it's the sort of thing that you really can only practice against the very top teams, because some of the lower bubble level teams play very different rock. Hunter's been able to develop it quite quickly in his short time here at the top of OCE Rocket League, and Super Lucky has developed it in the past as well. Amphis tried to get a shot on. Multiple attempts coming out from TSM, but still nothing that's breaking through. Only 3 shots on the board so far.
I'm going to throw Kaka under the spotlight a bit here, as in perhaps a cast a curse way to get him activated in this series. I feel like we constantly talk about Kakayami as that guy that we know what you're going to get from him. He's always going to step up, but I don't think he's really had his best championship Sunday so far in the Scrims World Series, particularly in that last game. You could see the nerves getting to him. I really want to see him get online. He could be crucial for TSM.
He showed in game 1 of the Scrims World Series that he could be that guy. He scored a hat-trick and they were fantastic goals. And yet, I think it's not just him. I think he's an indicator of the entire team. TSM are looking quite timid throughout a lot of their play. Again, they're not pushing somebody to behind the defense. They're stealing boosts or taking demos to be that kind of awkward TSM plan that they like to go for. They're all staying behind the ball. Kaka's not really getting a run of play. Now you can see the desperation as they just go for the dive, leaving only Kaka back to defend.
I think they could have played that a little bit better there, the Chiefs. You can see Raziers just went for the demo, but I think they needed to get that ball straight on net. That's a huge save from Hunter. Once again, recognition that his teammate was in big trouble. Fiber removed from the play, 8 seconds. Could it be another 1-0 to the Chiefs? This is really impressive. Another clean sheet could be coming up. There it is. Fiber gets the second, and TSM have not hit the scoreboard yet.
I hear the woes of Shogun too. No longer getting a full series of 1-0s as one sunk in. Great shot, but it's off the back of TSM attempting to score that goal, pushing forward, and then getting countered very quickly. 2-goal lead, 3-0 right now for the Healthy Chiefs in what is meant to be the clear 2 and 3 teams in the region. You'd expect something a lot closer.
Yeah, TSM haven't come out like a side playing for their lives, and they're playing for their major life at the moment, but timeout called to try and reset. I think they, if anything, need to ice out the Chiefs a little bit. They're locked in at the moment, but I mentioned Kaka, super lucky there, 140 points. He's putting 4 shots on the board, but nothing really threatening. Amphis, we're expecting him to do Amphis things. He missed an open net at the start of that game. Could have been a completely different game number 2, and all 3 of them not online right now.
It goes back to a couple of things that you and I have been saying, and that is they're trying not to lose rather than playing to win, and that Chicago always says it's better to lose playing your game. And TSM are not playing their game right now. They're too scared to be pushing up like they almost always do. They seem to like doing. It's very odd to see, and it's also the reason why they aren't scoring goals. They should be creating this chaos, CJ. As we know, the best OCE teams are the ones that thrive in chaos.
Yeah, they really just need to, as I said, they need to play like their tournament lives are on the line. They need to be kicking, scratching, biting for every touch. They need to be looking for the bumps. They need to have that killer instinct, because Chiefs aren't just going to hand you a major spot. I think we've seen that already. Their defense is top-notch right now. And if they get down the other end in a 2-on-1, they're looking clinical. They're always going to find the bump.
You do say that, and sometimes teams in the past, in these qualifying matches, have handed off the spots if you just play solidly and against a team who try and over-aggress. But I'll tell you what, Chiefs are playing this in such a good, clean way, and they're using their space that they have so wisely. It's not the game plan against them.
We mentioned them, potentially studying international play styles, and perhaps Raziers plays a large part in that, but right now they're looking like this looks like European Rocket League. They're kind of boring 1-0s. It's just structure. There's nothing crazy happening, but they're landing the bump when they need to. They're picking apart the defense when they find the opening. And it's really impressive. It's not very OCE right now. We're not seeing the chaos that even Chiefs had in the first event.
And the first goal on the board for TSM. The timeout buff is real. Off the kickoff, flip reset pass play.
Just give him timeouts after every game. There it is. Amphis doing Amphis things. He got a little bit of space. He nails the reset. And Super Lucky nails the shot. Fantastic response from TSM. This is much better.
Almost a quick reaction there from the Healthy Chiefs. May still be a chance for Raziers. He did actually get a difficult read off the top corner. And yet, still left in this deficit for the first time in the series. It may just change their game plan a little.
You can just see Fiber even there on that solo play. Just trying to assess his options. As Fiber, that's a bad challenge from him. Raziers has to come up clutch. I don't know if he's going to get too many on that. He's gone 2 to the wall. And in the end, he's done really well to find enough time for Hunter to help out. But Kaka's got a free hit. That's not going to be the double. Can Super Lucky get the shot? No, blocked out. Low boost for Raziers. Amphis inboard. 50 comes through. Fiber dusting there. Might just get him out of trouble here, Yummy Cheese Man.
I was surprised that Fiber was able to win the race, considering how flat-footed he was at the beginning of the play, but just goes to show the mechanics that he has on display. Now at the other end, a pass down to Raziers! That is finesse and a half.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what, look at Hunter. He sees Kaka back corner boost, so he cuts across, uses the space, and knows exactly how to find Raziers. That is a beautiful play from Hunt.
I can't believe he got such a soft touch and still manages to drive past the ball to open up the net. so that Razier's behind could get through. A tied-up game once again. Fiber going for the bump play, but not enough pace on the ball for it to continue through. Kaka is awkward. It quickly turned around on TSM.
Thought the timeout buff was on, but these guys keep stepping up. It looks like it almost woke them up. Yummy, that first goal scored against them, because they have just clicked it up a notch and taken it right at TSM.
And it's been Chiefs being the ones willing to push forward, and maybe they needed to concede a goal at some point to change their game plan, because we hadn't really seen the likes of that, where Raziers goes to the bump, stays forward a little bit longer, creates an opportunity out of nowhere. Could even be further opportunities here for the Chiefs as they start to apply a little bit too much pressure. Does Fiber have the bump? Oh my goodness, I thought that was going in.
Could have been disaster there for TSM. More magic being created. Oh, Raziers has actually used his second flip to get that one back on target. Hunter with space. Can you get one more? No. Still though, TSM under the pump. Chiefs really think it feels like, I don't know if you agree with me, Yummy, but it just feels like this game's kicked up a notch just since that first goal from TSM. It's kind of like, righto, let's go, and both sides feeling the pressure.
It really feels like the start, TSM up the pace, caught Chiefs off guard, and now Chiefs have upped the pace to match. And it's working out so far for the Chiefs in terms of their rotations being really nice, coming through for the challengers. Not cutting each other off just yet, not double committing either. Maybe the first one there, as Hunter didn't expect that Raziers could recover in time. Raziers getting so much room here. What can he do with it? No, he's just going to back out.
It still works though, finds the 50. Hunter gets it, but Fiber's going to have to back off. That's not what he wanted, and Amphis just flips out of the way of that one. Super Lucky on the boost. That's a huge hit from Raziers, even though he had nothing. Not the best touch. This is big trouble. Fiber tried to force that way through on net. Kaka good enough. In that instance, 2 minutes left. TSM, since that first goal, have just been playing a ton of defense. They need a bit more Amphis magic, I think.
Yeah, a lot more chaos being created by the Chiefs at the moment. This is a minute 50 mark. We'll still see some maybe standard play coming out from TSM, but we're going to have to step up the gas a little bit soon. Amphis just gets one little touch pass. Another beat around the corner. Is there going to be the follow-up? Amphis actually started pulling out. That's why he's late to that play. And Hunter getting the second touch is enough.
That's a ridiculous touch from Hunter. It was not his turn to go, but he knew the bum was coming in. He had low boost. He wall dashes and pre-flips to stop Super Lockie's double. They're on right now. Minute 18 though. TSM are pushing this Super Lockie. Raziers plants himself in front. Kaka wants in. You can see him just dancing back and forth, but giving it straight to Hunter, and he's lost possession. Can Hunter find one more? Fiber right there. Loses the 50. Just Raziers. Is he going to go? He eats another 50. This octane is too strong.
Absolutely hitting the gym, Raziers. And that might be another. Just stopped in time. And the TSM defense now 50 seconds. Kaka fakes out one. A little awkwardness between Kaka and Amphis, but they figure it out eventually. But have they done it in time? Super Lucky just takes a straight shot. Raziers, he thought he had to go to the backboard, but changes trajectory.
Nearly tripped himself up on the post. Kaka with space. Raziers, never mind, no space at all. There's the pre-jump. Loses to 50 though. Amphis still on the ball. 30 seconds. TSM in a really good spot to tie this up. They need to keep the pressure on. Final 30. They need to find some magic. Raziers finds another 50. Grabs the corner boost. At a premium right now. Amphis out of position in the middle. Chiefs are out.
That was a little bit of a risk from Raziers, but a well-calculated decision to go for the boost, take it away, and also collect the ball afterwards with 10 seconds remaining. Healthy Chiefs might be about to go to match point, might be about to go to Birmingham point. They can just get this ball onto the ground. Super Lucky wants to stop it. Fiber, a crucial touch. That'll be it. 3 games in a row for the Chiefs, and they counter the timeout buff.
Wow. This Chiefs team might have timed their split perfectly the way they're playing. Even conceding that first goal, you said it, Yummy, they kicked it up a notch. They go quadruple match point now, and I love the way they've improved as the split's going on. I mean, first event, perhaps they make a top 2 just purely on Razier's aura, perhaps. They weren't locked in, though. That was chaotic, that first event with Wildcard. They were throwing everything at it. That was old OCE gameplay. This is new OCE gameplay right now from the Chiefs. They haven't looked better than they have right now when the pressure's at its highest.
everyone in chat can understand, the ones that have been here all day to watch some of the OCE plays, some of the chaos that happens, the Game 7 0-second goals, and of course the own goals and wifties that happen. This has not been that game.
No way.
This is a much more evolved level of Rocket League, especially from the Chiefs, who don't just want to win here and make it to Birmingham. They want to take control, take over, and perform well at Birmingham as well.
Yeah, as I said, it feels like I'm watching European Rocket League. You know, it's not nothing crazy, but they're just being clinical. And the defense looks great. To the credit from both teams, it's just that it feels like Chiefs are able to work together in sort of tandem up front a little bit better than TSM. You're seeing sort of the solo plays coming through from TSM. Amph creating a really nice reset pass. But I love when Chiefs work it forward. You can almost see whoever's on the ball, Yummy, just looking for, okay, who's following up with me? Do I have enough time? Can I buy enough time for, Raziers to come in and help out? Am I going for a bump? Where is the space coming from? That's what they're doing really well.
Go for a kickoff strategy there, but on top of your point too, they're quite spread out at a lot of times. As you said earlier, they've kind of had that third man willing to stay further back, prevent any quick and awkward counterattacks that have been the theme of today. It's just been such a clean game plan coming out from the Chiefs. TSM didn't have a timeout buff available. They've already used it. So they're just going to figure it out as they go.
Here we go with Fiber. Another one on net. Double commit from TSM, but shot didn't have too much mustard on it. Raziers should be a regulation touch. He's actually flipped to the wall, caught himself awkward. Still, though, that octane of Raziers, Yummy, he might be a massive pickup here for the Chiefs because he has just got something on every single attack from TSM and just gets his body on the line.
Bit of a masterclass at the beginning of the season for Chiefs. Raziers wasn't part of the OCE off-season, and with the shuffle happening, with Wildcard reforming with Banana Head, there were gaps and there were troubles and nobody knew who could fill that spot. Raziers coming down as the perfect filler. Hunter and Fiber showing their medal as well. You see one step away, less TSM can perform what would have to be one of the greatest comebacks in OCE since Gfinity Season 6 OCE Championship. I was worried that was an own goal.
I mean, even just before, you see the pinch come out. Razier sitting so deep third man. Just keep an eye on that. Here's Fiber, and he's come up big. The bump's got to come in. How did he save it, Kaka? Surely! But no! They're the ones you just have to score at this point in time.
That's the OCE we were looking for. And it's gone the other way.
No.
It's a juxtaposition between these two teams that just shows exactly why it is going one way.
And it just feels like one team is ready for Birmingham. The other isn't quite just yet. 1-0 to the Chiefs. TSM still with just one goal to their name into our fourth game of the series.
This is the greatest moment of somebody's life on the line. Raziers could be going to his first major. He's showing his experience too. He's not really looking phased whatsoever, despite how much pressure is on. And I guess that's also the advantage of being 3-0 in the lead in the series.
I know we've talked about wildcard, but just on this Champ Sunday alone, Yummy, visually, this is the most impressive OCE team I've seen. They're clinical up front. They've conceded one goal so far. Their defense is on point. They're picking apart this team. This is really impressive, and they're half a game away from Birmingham.
They are so close. They can taste it. That one goal lead doesn't look like much in a regular series, but these have been low-scoring affairs, defensive affairs. And I'll tell you what, CJ, as much as TSM love to be at the other end in the offensive half, sitting behind the defense, it really just felt like they've never had any room to be able to do it. There was the first real sign as Super Locky chased one into the net, but it still wasn't enough.
It's a double demo. Should be a goal. Hunter spawns in time. Super Locky takes the boost. Here we go. TSM stepping up the pace. You can see the bumps coming in. There's the flick across. There's another demo. And there we go. Here was the hero in the Scrims World Series, and he's found an all-important second goal for TSM in this best of 7.
So much pressure, and finally the aggression comes out. Boost chasing, boost stealing, demo chasing. It was Hunter in the net with absolute zero, and Fiber arriving late to try and save him. But there was almost an opportunity at the other end. But Healthy Chiefs still playing for the defense.
Yeah, Super Lucky nearly did get stuck on the post there. Lucky enough, wasn't punished for it. He is the sole goal scorer for TSM this series. Minute 20 now, so we go OT. Can they find their first game win? They're still under the pump. Chiefs want to end it in regulation. Fiber off the ceiling, just gets an extra touch. See Kaka cut rotation. Razier's right in there. Hunter's going to have to go all the way back. Didn't grab the mid boost. Here he is now with the 50. Super Locky up. Fiber, whifty. Just releases Hunter. It's perfect play for the Chiefs. Here's the reset. Flicks over the top. Does he get the bump? No. Amphis catches.
He may have hoped that went a little lower so he could execute that bump. Really difficult to do when they're standing on the backboard and able to kind of avoid you. If you do hit them, you just pancake them in. That should be a shot. That should be a goal. Hunter has found one because Fiber has beaten everybody all heads up. They're not sure where to go.
What is that first touch from Fiber? He came out at like a million miles an hour and took it like Zen. Found the pop over the top, beat everyone. And Hunter does the rest. 40 seconds away from Birmingham.
And it might be another one as Raziers goes to the pass. It's a team bump. Things are falling apart here for TSM. It might be a sweep to make the major.
And a deserved sweep it would be. Sending teams, I love it when it's a convincing victory. We want to be sending our best two teams right now. Chiefs looking like one of those two. 16 seconds left. Yummy Cheese Man, can they do it?
It looks likely as an almost own goal goes through. TSM at the wrong end. They can't even get control of the ball. 8 seconds left.
This is it. Raziers pops it up. Chiefs, can they make it? Raziers to his first RLCS event. TSM trying to keep it alive. Maybe one last chance. Hunter to the side. Raziers grabs the 100 in the corner. He just needs to find it down. Shot on!
It's in!
Oh my goodness, Amphis with some magic!
TSM still alive! A chance at the reverse sweep! How is this even possible?
They've team pinched it. Super Locky provides the ramp. Amphis provides the power. They are alive.
Raziers had already booked his ticket home, a one-way potentially to the major, and yet TSM have other plans. They still need one more goal in what has been a low-scoring affair, and maybe the wheels start falling off of Chiefs as we see two rough aerials in a row and a pass across by TSM.
Yeah, Super Locky said if you want this one, boys, you're going to have to fight a bit harder than that, and this might have rattled the Chiefs. TSM pressing. Amphis needs to worry for the demo. Takes a sidewall. Raziers with a pinch. Amphis still there. Beats one. You can see Fiber waiting for this reset. Doesn't pounce on it. It's Super Locky. Can he get the reset? Kaka went as well. Not sure if that was the best play, Yummy.
Kaka went for the earliest pre-jump of all time on what was a slow solo play coming out, and that's cost him dearly. It's now defense city for TSM. They've been scrambling back for the last 10 seconds, and an opportunity for Raziers as Hunter gets beaten by his own teammate. Amphis, a big clear down. Super Locky was waiting. And Fiber was there to block it.
Great positioning from Fiber. Hunter no boost. Goes sidewall. Uses Raziers. Has to keep it close. Does really well, but doesn't get the dunk. Fiber just caught under it. Straight to Super Locky. Minute 20 gone in overtime. TSM feel like they've regained some sort of momentum now. I mean, that 0-second goal has to have done something for the mindset of the Chiefs. Raziers, backboard. Nobody there just yet. Kaka late to it. Gets the clear. Amphis out of position. But he gets the pop over Fiber. They're awkward here, the Chiefs. Raziers with a 50 back. TSM pushing. Fiber, huge demo.
Kaka needs to step up in this crucial time. Has the only one without a goal here for TSM in game number 4. Almost gets something. He's going to have to run back now as Hunter tries to keep the pressure on. A 50. Brilliant from Raziers. He's managed to get a 50 and the follow-up. Almost a pass. And it's only the tip of the fingernail that keeps TSM out.
Super Locky with space. He's up. Ceiling double with the reset. Oh, it's enormous off the bump. Amphis is up, but I don't think he can get a shot on. Perhaps unfortunate there for TSM, but they're still attacking. Still awkward. Raziers good positioning. This has turned slightly. Oh, Raziers found the opening. Hunter! Chiefs on their way to Birmingham.
A complete guillotine here from the Chiefs. Raziers passing it to Hunter to secure the win. Chiefs go to Birmingham and the EU takeover is complete. They have now gone over to the major from every single region.
Raziers with some magic. He had a slower than he'd like start to this split in OCE. But he gets the job done, and Morgie, they do it in style, sweeping their closest rival.
My, oh my, what a series that was. I was not expecting that to be a sweep at all. TSM were looking pretty good coming into this, but the Chiefs they've found their consistency, they've found their footing, they've gotten over those growing pains they had with Raziers coming into the roster, and they're just looking so solid now.
A really controlled game, something that's a rarity here in OC this season at least. Maybe reminiscent of some of the teams of the past that were very structured, but really great signs. As I said at the beginning of the series, I'm really excited to see Fiber back at a major because we know the damage he can do. Raziers, he's been a land boy outside of RLCS. He's got a chance to do it for the best region in the world. And Hunter, another chance for one of our young guns who we had a lot of expectations for in the region.
I think what I love most about that series, regardless of who was going to win, I think a dominant victory either way just speaks volumes about who we're sending. We could have had, and so often, we have this where it's a scrappy, it might be game 7 overtime, but you kind of leave the series going, okay, well, that team won, but there's no real, second best team, or are we sending our best teams? Because it was just chaos. But right there was a 4-0 sweep over TSM, both teams in the exact same position. And yeah, I'm feeling super confident about that Chiefs lineup going to Birmingham.
And it's not like some of the events in the past where we can say Mickey run or anything like that. A true deserved victory over their closest rivals to make it through. So absolutely brilliant stuff. And I'm excited to see both Wildcard and Chiefs at the major.
Absolutely. No, super exciting to see massive dominant performance from the Chiefs. They've secured their spots. Into the major. They are going to Birmingham alongside Wildcard. This match has also set up a really exciting second match we've got to come next, our grand final. Don't go anywhere. This isn't one to miss.
Our two OCE representatives are locked in for Birmingham Chiefs with a stunning 4-0 victory over TSM. Join Wildcard in the big dance at the first major, ladies and gents. And now we get to see who is the best team in the region, Morgie.
Definitely an exciting one. Nonetheless, both teams have made it through, but this is a battle for number one seed now going through into the major. So still a lot on the line, and both teams going to be battling their hearts out now.
Yeah, the equation is that if Chiefs win, they end up tied points with Wildcard for the split. But because they have won the most recent event, they would be the number one seed, and they'd get to verse Carmine Corp in the first round. Second seed, whoever that is, would end up going against Furia, if I recall.
Yeah, it feels like the perfect split for storylines here, given that, we got the playoff matches for the major. We got the teams that were in contention playing each other, and now we get the two major teams playing each other for the number one seed. So everything feels like it's going according to plan of the format creators, at least in OCE, maybe not in other regions. But as we said, it's grand final time. Chiefs coming off the high of qualifying. Wildcard qualified yesterday. Morgie, how much do you think that plays into it? Obviously, Chiefs might have already played their grand final.
I mean, it could seem that way, but I think Chiefs have kind of just gained momentum the longer this has gone on. Obviously, they had some growing pains to begin with, especially with an international transfer, but they're just looking so dominant right now. And they have taken down Wildcard recently in the groups. They did 3-0 Wildcard. So, I'm kind of expecting that they may have the upper hand here.
A 4-0 victory is a pretty commanding one that leaves them in good stead. They didn't have to play 3 matches today, so they're not going to be too tired like maybe we've seen teams in the past, CJ. So it should be 2 teams battling at hopefully their best here in the grand final to prove who is truly the best team in the region.
And we see the storylines in this one as well. Not only obviously the previous semi-final with Fiber, previously on with Super Lockie taking his spot at the major, but now we've got a Banana Head who kind of just wandered around in the off-season, had a little brief stint on this lineup with the Chiefs, and went back to wild card. Raziers joins the fold late, and now we get to see if, did Banana Head make the right move? Are they the best team in the region, or has Raziers created some magic? What are we going with, guys? Yummy, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I like the story of Fiber getting kicked from his old team and managing to take them down to go for the major here. And, of course, for him to take down Banana Head, who backed out of the trio that they had. And you know what? If Raziers is already going to represent OC at the major, he may as well go all the way. I'm going to go and back the Chiefs after that last performance.
I'm with Yummy on this one. My heart's telling me the Chiefs for the storyline. My head's telling me after that performance, there is not a doubt in my mind at this point.
How many times does this happen and we keep being proven wrong? Wildcard. I've got the Chiefs as well, but just Wildcard always do this. On form, visually, Chiefs
I'm just predicting Chiefs. They 3-0'd wildcard, as we said, in the groups. They look like the fundamentally like the better team. I talk about solid rock all the time. They're the definition of solid rock after that game, conceding, 3 goals for the series. I think they look like the better team. I'm going to predict them, but have they already played their grand final? Do wildcard go up another level? Have they been foxing us the whole time versus lower ranked teams? Probably. But we've swept the desk, Yummy. What are the percentages? I mean, it's a 50-50 right now.
Yeah, 50-50. Maybe even, I think if you're being realistic, you've got to go 55% to wildcard. So we're all maybe going a little bit with hearts, or maybe the minds or recency bias of last series. But you know what? I'm going to be happy either way that whoever goes through and wins this is going to be the number 1 seed. They're also going to be the strongest team representing the region.
I do like the idea of OCE still being the only region, though, Morgie, that hasn't had an EU player win an event. Obviously, we've now got an EU representative at the major in RLCS, but that would make me smile a little bit in terms of, international credibility if RLCS still can't get the job done, even though he's made the major.
I mean, I feel like with the way things are going, it's probably only a matter of time. And he's adapted. He's an OCE player now. We've seen the typical OCE whiffs and things come out already. I'm not surprised.
Well, I'm disappointed actually, Yummy, because it feels like RLCS is becoming less of an OCE player. I feel like we saw more own goals, open net misses in the first event. This event, he has been fantastic. But let's find out who our number 1 seed is for Birmingham. Morgie and Yummy Cheese Man, take this grand final away.
He's already got his OCE citizenship. I'm going to back Morgie here. It's not EU winning. It's just another OCE sweep.
That's it. Don't forget Fiber and Hunter on the roster as well. Very, very long-running OCE players who have deserved their spot. Shall they win this one?
We'll go even a step further with this one and go and say it's an Australian sweep because we got no New Zealanders here. RLCS living up in Queensland. Not just OCE, but full-on Aussie.
That's right. Doesn't get more Aussie than that. Oh, I mean, you know what, Yummy? I think CJ brought up a good point before as well about wildcard. They've had an easier run going into today, and I know the kind of question is, have the Chiefs already played their grand final tonight with that TSM match? But maybe wildcard aren't as warmed up. We were talking about how the fact that Power was that, kind of going into this split, that 4th seed, potentially even lower when you factor in teams like Scrims World. So maybe that easier run is actually going to be to their detriment tonight.
It can be slow starters at times, and of course, they did have the break between their semi-final and this one. But I really just think that Game 1 is going to be super telling, especially in terms of the way that last series went, with how defensive it was, and more importantly, with how TSM was unwilling to go risky in attack. That doesn't sound like wildcard at all. They're the ones who may be able to really create that chaos that could just tip off the Chiefs a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, I did miss the series. I wasn't tuning into team streams the other night. I did miss the win that Chiefs had against Wildcard, that sweep that they had. So I'm not too sure of what happened in that one, Yummy. Do you know what?
No, you see, you're missing a trick there, Morgan. You're not meant to admit it. You just say, yeah, and they managed to take down Wildcard. They're so strong. They're in form right now. You just make stuff up. That's
no, but I wouldn't want to call that wrong, because that's a huge thing. That was a massive deal for them. That was and again, Wildcard, getting taken down by Scrims World showed that they could bleed, that they're not undefeatable, but having Chiefs take them down as well was a massive thing.
We'll see how it goes. Scrims World took down Wildcard in the group stages of the last event, and were able to do it again. So it's always just that confidence booster for a team like Chiefs. Once again, very similar to the last series. A 0-all affair so far. Defense has been the name of the game, and a very smart pass from Banana Head, putting it into awkward direction behind him as a pass.
Both teams very aware of how much that seeding means going into Birmingham, but Hunter with a very open net here after that pinch down from Fiverr puts Chiefs up by 1.
A little bit of a surprising 50 pinch that went back behind the defense. The healthy Chiefs, that's what they do. They get solid 50s. They try and take control of the midfield and then pounce when an opening does arise. At least that's what they've done today to great effect. Now that Wildcard are behind, we may see that aggression we normally do from them, but this flick from Torsos doesn't do them any favours.
A lot of mid-air midfield 50s occurring just before that one as well. Both teams playing very cautious and very passive, but mistakes are happening.
Ooh.
Almost a capitalized goal there from the Chiefs, but Wildcard just able to make it back.
A nice, clever bump coming out from Chiefs in the midfield too. Almost opened up a scoring opportunity for Raziers. He had that ball pretty low to the ground, so very impressive that he was able to make so much from it. Maybe in the midfield once again. Fever always confident in his defensive 50s. That one's flicked over the top. Banana Head comes through to save the day. 2 players through and Banana Head gets the pass across the Fever. That one's in and a tied game.
Chiefs playing a very, very aggressive rotation here. Razier's third man saw the demo on Hunter, knew he was going to make it back, but no time to collect any boost and be in a good spot as third man there. 1 goal gone the way of Wildcard. We have a tied game with a minute left.
Great passing play. Recognised out from Wildcard there. Fiber. Heat-seeking missile towards Banana Head, but once again a 50 is not going to help anyone in this situation. Hunter, very impressed with the way that he's played today patiently, but it hasn't been enough. Fever comes through as third man to finish it off.
Low boost and scrambled defense. Fiverr getting bumped as well, and Fever right there to sink the shot. Wildcard are playing very, very well. They're waiting on mistakes from Chiefs. They're scrambling in defense. They're throwing them out of whack and making sure they can score accordingly.
Well, 40 seconds remaining. It could be Wildcard getting the first one on the board, the first game victory over Chiefs today after they swept their way to Birmingham. 26 seconds and it's in their half for now. Chiefs need to get it to the other end.
Definitely would be good for Wildcard to break the Chiefs' momentum after that last series. 4 games in a row with somewhat of a very small break going into this series. Had a lot of momentum on their side, but Wildcard, 5 seconds left on the clock. All they have to do is prevent the Chiefs from scoring. Hunter with a flick right up the other end of the field though. Razier's going up for the challenge. The ball's still up. Wildcard are going to make sure that touches down though, and they're going to take this first game.
Well, they've broken the streak from the Chiefs, and of course, no other team would be more worthy of that than Wildcard, the current reigning champions, essentially, of the last 2 splits for OCE. Great performance from Fever as well. Very impressive spacing from him in this series because he's in this game. He's just playing a nice third man, but he's recognizing when to push up at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Typically, this roster does have that aggressive third man playstyle. They do push up, but again, we talked about it in the past with them, Yummy. It's the right place at the right time, and this roster really has that nailed down.
Head towards game number 2. We'll see what Chiefs are able to cook up. We didn't see too much from Fiber. He didn't get the space. Neither did Raziers too much. Raziers almost did create that awesome breakaway goal with a flip reset right in front of net, the low one, but wasn't quite enough elevation to be able to beat the defense. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get a bit more involved, a bit more time on the ball. So far, Wildcard have been too good at controlling the boost.
Absolutely, and I think Wildcard as well, they're a very calculated roster. They're very strategizing, so I think, maybe even potentially tuning into last series, seeing how Chiefs were playing, seeing, how many shots Raziers was able to put up on the board, seeing what Fiverr can do with that space, historically knowing that he can do incredible things, but seeing that in action today, they'd be making sure they counter that.
Well, There was the space for Fiber off the kickoff, and he managed to do a little bit with that ball, almost beat out the defense again, but not going to lead to too much as Hunter puts a shot on, just trying to apply a bit of pressure here to the wild card net and forcing some jumps up. Torsos on 0 boost. He will be able to collect 100 from the corner, and a crucial one as Fever leads the attack, just goes for the straight flick on. Looking for a pass play out of defense, and yet it's like wild card were ready for it. Now it's a bit of a back and forth. Hunter goes high. Fever was ready.
Fever a little bit early on that flick, I'm afraid, and Hunter just able to read that 1v1 moment well. Ball is back down in the Chiefs' offensive position though. They're going to have some time and space here. Hunter with 0 boost manages to bang it upfield to Laziers, looking for the pass down, flips off the ball a little bit early, and Wildcard taking back possession.
A little double commit out from Wildcard, but it's not going to cost them, and it may even create the goal. Just diving back in time, still a 0-all ball game, which is very surprising since both teams getting plenty of opportunities to attack. What a save from Banana Head. Still not out of dodge as Raziers fakes out the double touch. Didn't have boost. Turned it into much more than that. Once again, one blow at one end gets converted to the other. This time Raziers avoids the air dribble bump, and now it's a chance for Hunter this time, and it's gonna be in. They're each taking turns at the shots, and eventually the dam will break.
Hunter has played this incredibly well, almost kind of faking a musty flick there, gets the 50 on the goal line, and just secures that goal so easily. The Chiefs now up by 1 in this game.
Torsos wasn't quite sure whether to play that from the ground or from the back wall, and ended up in a really awkward position. Would have expected he wanted to backflip that into the corner. Mistake was made, and it was eventually going to happen with both teams getting counterattack after a counterattack. 1-0 lead for the Chiefs. Wild card. We're in this position in the last game, and we're able to up the ante. Will they be able to do it again? Hunter doesn't want to. He wants to get that second goal. It is somewhat open as Raziers gets 50'd out. Banana Head, well done. Takes it up the wall, gets a clear out the Fever.
Wildcard are hungry. They're putting this pressure on. A massive read from Torsos there off the roof. And not wanting the Chiefs to take this game. Half a game left. Still plenty of time to equalise. Wildcard want to be ahead in the series 2-0. They don't want to equalise with the Chiefs here.
Torsos has the flip reset. Beats out Raziers. A little awkwardness in front of net. The double bump from Banana Head. I can't believe Raziers gets up to that again with 0 boost. Really goes to show that that is a skill in Rocket League, and a really crucial one, to be able to make the plays and have confidence to do so despite an empty tank. It's worked out well for Healthy Chiefs, keeping that 1-goal lead. They still haven't been scored on, and it's just crazy, Morgie, to see such a defensive effort from these two top OCE teams.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we're always, I feel like a lot of the time I'm so focused on what the teams are doing offensively, but it is a massive impact each game to keep the ball away from the net as well. Obviously, it's half the game. Not just saving goals, but making sure the pressure is off whoever is third man stuck in net. The rotations need to be clean as well, and the Chiefs do have those clean rotations. Raziers playing absolutely so well in defense right now.
Torsos went for the risky play, and it almost paid off. Now Fiber, what a collection from him, and he manages to take out the defense at the same time.
That's why you don't want to give him the time and space. The quick reset there, the quick flip off the reset gets it past 2 defenders in Wildcard's net. Chiefs now up by 2. They're going to hang on to this lead. They're not going to let defense lack.
We told you exactly what Fiber would be doing if he got a little bit of space. And Fever, well, he's fought right back off the kickoff. It's back to 1 goal.
One thing I love about Wildcard's rotations, Yummy, is their first man, or their second man, sorry, they don't always play a close second man. Often, you know, you see Banana Head, or in that case, Fever, sitting wide, but sitting really high above your first man. So then, you know, you can get that pass over, you can get a nice clear shot across the face of the field, and a nice little cherry pick into the net.
That does keep Wildcard well and truly in this game, and a chance to go 2-0 up. Still need one more goal. Get themselves into a good position, but a little bit more out from the Chiefs in this one. Banana Head, though, he's the one that can step up. Double demo on the other side of the field. Almost created a full one-on-one. Fever just needs to find the angle, and he does! When times get tough, you can trust in Fever.
Nice little double from Fever here. Again, another player you do not want to give space. That is classic. That is clean. He's going to score those 99% of the time, and I can assure you he's going to score them in this match.
Fever has long been considered the best, if not one of the best players in the region ever since Masterminds, where he was most single-handedly able to take them out of nowhere, maybe the number 4 or 5 team at the time, and win an Oceanic Major back in RLCS. And since then he's been dominated, and you can see exactly why. He's had so much control over this game, despite it being a tough one. Still looking like an overtime, unless Fiber gets a pass across. There was a pre-jump. And not enough. We go to OT in a crucial game 2.
That was looking very, very dangerous from the Chiefs. I'm sure Wildcard were sweating a little bit on that one. You know what the duo of Fiber and Razuz can do at the moment. They are dangerous when they're playing well together, and I fear that they're also at the moment.
Gets to the overtime. Comes down to whose nerves are settled the most. It's been a defensive effort from both these teams, much more than we've ever seen before, and I think a little bit forced for Wildcard. They almost always want to be up for every ball, but they've been stuck in their own half a little bit more. Banana Head in particular has been struggling to get the full boost amounts that he would usually like to just go for almost every single ball. That was on target. Then Razuz has the block, but it still was an opportunity. Now Razuz looking to centre it. Can he get the final touch? No, he just uses that extra time to give his teammates room to steal boost.
So needing to be careful with the third man push at the moment. An opportunity for Torsos, but Fiber does see through the smoke and does make it to that save. Ball is caught in the midfield again. Hunter with no boost goes for a touch. Kind of places it in the hands of Banana Head though. A 50 from Fiber gives him an opportunity. He's going to slow it down and try and 50, but 3 players from Wildcard managed to get it out.
These teams playing for the number 1 seed and also for the title, I'd say, of being the best team in OCE. It has been long held by the Wildcard roster and won 7 events in a row. After the first event of this series, they may be about to lose this 2 in a row if they cannot take down the Chiefs. They'll be turned around right now. Hunter has Fiber in support. They go for the close play. Just a safe one. Again, nobody really wants to take the risk here in overtime.
Definitely a lot of back and forth in the midfield at the moment with great risk. Obviously can come great opportunity, but both teams playing that passive play. Wildcard being careful not to concede to Chiefs and not to let them tie up this series, but Chiefs also not wanting to go 0-2 down.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of passivity, it's been a change up between sending 1 forward and 2 back compared to early on in regulation, where it was always 2 forward, 1 back, counter-attack from both teams. They're really hoping to be able to get that goal while still keeping the defense with 1 player back, which has sometimes been a worry for these teams, and we often leave nobody back. Like in this play, you get a good 50 and that can sometimes be enough. Wildcard looks down and out for a little bit there, and they've managed to get a 50 that goes through all 3.
Oh my. I feel like it was bound to happen at some point. There was definitely a lot of slow play, a lot of back and forth, and eventually some mistakes were going to be made. The mistake has gone the way of gone the mistake of the Chiefs. Wildcard have capitalized on it, and they are now 2 up in the series.
14 shots to 8 in that game. Wildcard, we saw a lot of scoring opportunities from them, but nothing too crazy, and in the end, you don't really, you often concede a goal when you triple commit right in front of your own net.
Definitely. No, both teams playing well in that one. It was looking like it was going to go the way of the Chiefs for a good while there, but again, you know, Yummy, we touched on it, that passivity, just being...
I don't even know if that's a word. I just don't know.
We'll roll with it. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's not typical of either of these rosters to see that, but they're both being careful right now. You know, that number 1 seed is on the line, and yeah, mistakes are happening.
Timeout was called, of course, by the Chiefs. It's an interesting one for me because I would have almost expected them not to, given how close the first 2 games were. But they obviously want to arrest the momentum right now. If wild card, switch it all up, maybe just get them to cool off. See what they come out with. I thought the Chiefs were back in it the moment we saw that awesome flip reset goal from Fiber. But in the end, it was just the 1 goal. Maybe we need to see a few more of those if they want to take a comfortable victory while playing a defensive play style.
Definitely, and I guess, it's kind of hard when you're up against a team like Wildcard, though, who can just read plays so beautifully. They're not the type of team to let a goal like that go unnoticed. I'm sure all 3 players on the Wildcard roster see something like that, and they're going to make sure it's not going to happen again. So, you know, Chiefs, although they can pull off shots like that, and I know Fiber can pull off shots like that, got to vary it up a little bit to get around Wildcard.
We head to game number 3. Kickoff strategies have been going the way of the Chiefs, which maybe is a little surprise considering Wildcard were the kickoff strategy kings in the last season. And maybe a shot on. This one gets defended out. Raziz goes soaring past and actually it fakes it out. Hunter. Oh no, it's so awkward for Raziz. He was hoping to catch up to that.
Almost made it to the ball in time, though. Almost. We're going to see a shot from Fever as well. Another follow-up from Torsos. Fiber just making it to the crossbar with 0 boost in the tank. Wildcard still keeping possession, though. Banana Head on the ball. Fever coming in to get that, to collect that touch. We're going to go back down the other way.
He's hanging in the defense now for Wildcard, but it won't be long till we see a counter-attack if Chiefs do commit hard, especially with the low boost that they have. Raziz caught out, bumped away as well. The counter-attacks are working. If you just send 2 people forward, it can quickly turn on you. Look at Fever hounding Hunter.
Fever was bullying Hunter, and all Banana Head had to do was come through the air. Nice little easy little ground pinch. I'm sure that is a walk in the park for him, but Fever made sure Hunter was not going to get in the way of that one.
We all gave a Chiefs prediction at the start of this series, thinking that the form that they had could be enough to take down the OCE champions, but you can never doubt them. Oh, Hunter probably just could have got a goal there if the shot was top bins. He ended up going high, and that was a crucial goal left missing for Chiefs.
Nice little pass from Raziz to Fiber. Banana Head getting in the way there, though. Hunter's managed to get to 50. The ball is loose in this corner. Chiefs players being careful not to challenge too early and allow Wildcard to get past them. Challenges happen sooner or later, though. Otherwise, Wildcard are just going to hold on to this lead.
This one's off the wall. Another 50 in the midfield. It is a real battle for air superiority. At this point in time, Banana Head with his traditional cut gets a flip reset. Torsos going to keep it there. Raziz is backwards, gets beaten out by a soft touch by Fever, and the delicate one to just tickle it under the net.
What a shot out of Fever. I feel like the doubles are Fever's game plan of the day. That was a beautiful. The angle on that one was just incredible, and Wildcard now up by 2.
And unfortunate for Fiber. He got Goomba stomped by Torsos on his way through. I don't even think it was intentional, but that's what happens when you create opportunities right in front of net. Now Fever, he's been scoring doubles for fun. He almost found the angle again. He just goes straight for the shot. He had Banana in support, and he's like, nah, I'm going to go all alone, and he almost did it. A one-man army.
He knows he has the momentum right now and doesn't want to let it go. There are times to be selfless, and there are times to be selfish. That would have been a great shot. Banana Head coming in with another one. Razier's just enough boost to make it to that. Fiber trying to get it out, but Torsos putting the pressure on. Wildcard and making sure this ball stays in Chiefs' defensive half.
Poor Razier's is having to make every defensive effort while his two teammates constantly going for boost in that back half. And credit to him, he was able to get little boost pads, keep himself in the game, keep itself pretty comfortable. And even be in the game right here with the 50, up to Fiber. No, Torsos, another 1v1 legend of OCE. He's always going to win those 50s.
Hunter trapped in the corner with that ball there as he's getting challenged by multiple wildcard players. Fiber now with a little boost in the tank, passes it off to Hunter, takes the shot on net. Torsos manages to get back for the save though.
Not much boost there for Torsos, and that means that Fiber can get a continued attack. How was Torsos even supersonic? I don't know how he gets that demo, but it's worked out. And then the mistouch from Banana Head after he gets bumped into the ball. Rested all the momentum of that attack. Bit of a recipe for success between these two teams has been counter-attack into counter-attack though. Nobody can really get a sustained attack going when you've got players of this caliber on the pitch. Torsos, speaking of caliber, he is the OCE GOAT. He is the longest standing, most successful player. He's going back to another major as not just OCE's most represented player, but the world's most represented player on the international stage at this point.
A huge feat and a huge title for Torsos to hold indeed. You know, another thing about Torsos is we spoke about how much he hates to lose. I feel like potentially these wildcard players saw our predictions, thought there's no chance that we're all predicting against them, wanted to prove us wrong, and they are doing so in a dominant manner.
Is this where I'm allowed to claim that I did originally predict wildcard, but I changed it for the memes?
I thought you were going wildcard just so there's a little bit of variance on the desk. I thought you wanted Chiefs in the first place, didn't you?
Well, at least you've confirmed that I was originally going for wildcard, and that's all that I was really looking for as wildcard go up 3-0. Whoa! Good save by Hunter on the line, but of course it's not enough. They needed 2 goals to catch up. And after Chiefs sweep their way into the grand final, there is now a chance for wildcard to stamp their authority, say this is our region, and sweep the Chiefs themselves.
Wouldn't that be a statement indeed after TSM have gone down, they've been swept by the Chiefs, for wildcard to do the same to the Chiefs would be a way to say we are the #1 seed, no one should be doubting us, and they are going to attempt that here going into game 4. The Chiefs have already used their timeout, it's not looking good for them right now.
An interesting thought as well is I think even at this point, if Chiefs were to somehow get this reverse sweep, which against a team like the Wildcards with no timeout, as you say, seems a very impossible task. But if they did it now, a Game 7 win for the Chiefs is not enough to take the crown away from Wildcard still, even if they would be the #1 seed. But I'm fully expecting that Wildcard here have been very upset that they lost the last regional, and coming back as an awoken bear.
Coming back in full force. We're seeing it right here, right now. In that last match, even 11 shots of wildcard to, I think it was 5 of the Chiefs. Wildcard have come out swinging. They're taking shot after shot after shot and not giving Chiefs any opportunity.
Just like the real Jar said, you can't spell wildcard without a W, and it's looking great at the moment for this roster, for the new organization, a large organization that's taken a gamble on OCE. Credit to Chiefs as well, who are a mainstay in OCE, not just in Rocket League, but in OCE esports, supporting the boys. Good to see both teams going across with organizations to help them out, hopefully with boot camps as well to get the top performance. We go to game 4 and see where the wildcard do stamp their authority.
Sauce now with a double off the sidewall, gets the pass off to Fever, who can't finish the shot. still managing to keep possession. Torsos is going to stay on this one. Nice and
No
close.
way.
Gets the bump as well on Raziz.
Oh!
Fever sends the shot too wide. Banana Head, though, to clean that one up. And Wildcard are up by 1.
It's Torsos erasure. He did everything to set up this goal. Took it around the corner, got the bump. Fever misses, hits the post and away, and steals the assist that was rightfully Torsos's. But man, you see why Torsos has been successful. That was just a big brain play right there.
Now, typical of Wildcard's roster as well for Banana Head as third man to be pushed up that high. It works for them for a reason. They're so good with it. They manage to use that positioning to capitalize off goals 9 times out of 10, and they have here to begin with. Fever's gonna get the save. Chiefs cannot equalize just yet.
Oh, here we go. Fiber in the 2v1. Doesn't need the 2. Just goes by 1. Fiber with the flick after Torsos. And Banana Head could not do enough.
This is what we know Fiber can do with the ball. If it's not a reset, if it's not some massive mechie play in the air, it can be a simple flick, but it's executed with such perfect precision that he's going to score those.
Oh, now Raziz trying to do some magic of his own. Unfortunately, unlike earlier on, where he always was going up with 100 boosts, didn't quite have enough in the tank this time. And what a bump by Banana Head! I didn't think it was possible, but he got past that ball. I thought for all money he was going to get the bump and also save at the same time, but he just had enough boost to make it work.
Yeah, I was about to say, after the flick, I reckon there was about 5 boosts, maybe 10 boosts left, just enough to send him in front of that ball. I don't think the Chiefs were expecting that.
Well, Raziz shows his mechanics, doesn't achieve too much with it. Well, actually, maybe he has, as it turns into a team play. It's going to be chance here for the Chiefs. Fiber pass down, uses his extra strength, but Raziz didn't have the trust. Maybe rightfully so. Another one back pinched into center. Raziz collects it, tries to go straight for the opportunity, even though he had Fiber waiting for a pass. Maybe that was the difference between them scoring a goal or not, and now everybody from Wildcard is set in defense.
Seeming like a lot of the Chiefs shots in this series, or a lot of the goals they have scored, have been more of those solo play kind of goals, like Fiber's flick, like a lot of the plays they've had compared to last series against TSM. There were those plays, but they were playing much better as a team. They were smooth, their rotations were good, they were trusting one another. They're looking shaky now. That trust isn't there, and it's not working for them.
I think they've gotten into that trap of sometimes those defensive teams that we see in OCE who like to, use the mech, the solo plays. They sometimes have a tendency to kind of almost, as you say, always rely on it and constantly slow down the play. And that's working right into Wildcard's favour. Fiber trying to challenge that one backwards. And it's almost fortunate that Fever landed there.
I was going to say, smart decision for Fever to rotate wide there, to go across the face of the net, just in case a shot did go wide, which it did. I think it was just a case of the right place at the right time, honestly. But just those little decisions of where to rotate, whether to go wide, whether to go straight down the middle of the field, are playing really, really well for Wildcard right now.
Working brilliantly. And I start thinking back to maybe we should go back to the Scrims World versus TSM series. That felt like a true grand final. Oh, hang on. Maybe Fiber's back in here, bringing the Chiefs into a close contention. Fever was definitely not expecting that angle.
Not wanting to go down without a fight, that's for sure. The Chiefs do not want to be swept. They do not want to let Wildcard get away with that, get in their heads, think they're number one for a reason. They're wanting to take this game and prevent that. Wildcard's still up by 1 goal. Chiefs needing to secure something. Maybe let's call it 2, because it's not looking good.
That is one of my favourite goals that I could ever see. Banana Head. He's done his Pythagoras. He's seen all the mathematicians in chat, and he's somehow calculated that angle and taken out the defender. It just goes soaring in.
It is a very, very smart, very calculated gameplay out of Wildcard. We've called them aggressive. We've said they're physical. They're not just getting demos on the ground. They're getting them in midair as well. They're taking out all the defenders on Chiefs' side, securing extra goals. They're up by 2. We've got a minute 30 left. They've almost secured this one.
Still can't believe he got that demo. That's incredible. He came from the other side of the pitch in order to be able to execute on it. A head-seeking missile almost. Now they find themselves 2 goals in the lead to sweep a grand final. So maybe all the doubters came out of the woodwork, including us 3. Even though, again, I did predict wildcard before having to be forced to change it to the Chiefs. The doubters out here getting proven wrong right now. Chiefs, they're going to the major, but they would have loved to at least make this a closer series.
I don't know about forced, Yummy, but if that helps, then sure, yeah, forced. No, the Chiefs
You admit it again.
I admitted it with a lot of sarcasm in the voice there, Yummy, but yeah, sure, I admitted it.
Excellent to see, and I'll admit that Banana Head has had an incredible series. We talked about Fever a lot in that one game, but Banana Head has had consistent impact with a hat-trick here in the final game. Plus 34 seconds, but yes, the final game.
Feels like the Chiefs have given up a little bit. I mean, it's not too bad for them. It is, it is the seeding position, but they have still made it through to Birmingham. This is just the icing on the cake for them if they were to win this one. But wildcard, their egos were at play here. We know how much they don't want to lose. They're not going to let the Chiefs take this one. They're going to do it in a dominant fashion. They are going to sweep and both teams through to Birmingham.
There's a goal going on here, and Raziers is just going to make us wait for the results for a little second longer. At this point in time, when are they going to allow forfeits in RLCS? It just never happens. We sometimes have 8-0s. Maybe the Chiefs still back themselves just on this kickoff. I'd like to at least see what kickoff strategies they have.
Forfeits would definitely be an interesting play. I feel like I feel like you'd never want to forfeit no matter what, because anything's possible. 2 goals in 7 seconds, technically it's possible. You wouldn't want to just hand over that chance, but nonetheless.
There's Wildcard taking the win. The number 1 seed heading over to the Birmingham Major, the 2-time champions of the Birmingham Open for OCE, and the clear best team, undisputed in OCE.
Fools! They made us look like fools again, didn't they, Wildcard? They always pull this old trick on us. They always do it, and we fell for the trap. Well, if we knew the Chiefs were going to treat this grand final like their victory lap, then perhaps we would have predicted Wildcard. I mean, come on. They didn't show up, but Wildcard, they are just too good. They're just too good. They're our best team. You can look at play styles, whatever you want, Yummy. They're just... Torsos does not lose.
He doesn't lose. He stepped up in that spot. Fever and Banana Head had at least incredible games, if not incredible series. I'm excited to watch their 2-3 all over again at the Birmingham Major.
Surely not 2-3 this time, Morgie, please.
No, surely not. With the way they were playing just then, we can only hope that it's going to go well. I mean, the shots we're seeing out of Fever, we've called it out a few times, but that demo out of Banana Head, just the midfield play, they're looking so strong.
Well, a really dominant grand final. Perhaps not the one that we wanted in terms of, a real ding-dong battle to see who can come out on top, but Wildcard, brings a smile to my face just seeing those boys keep on dominating. Chiefs, though, really fantastic performance. That semi-final clearly was their grand final, as we saw. Taking one last look at the standings for the split. Importantly, these may change, Yummy, after Birmingham, if they can pick up a few more points, and that being Wildcard and Chiefs. But, yeah, what are your thoughts on those points right there?
Really close in terms of second, third, and fourth. I think there is a little bit more of a gap than that. Oh, no, that is correct. Yeah, really close between those guys. I will say, CJ, very proud of the fact that EU has still failed to take over OCE. and a massive invitation to Raziers to come back for the second split to try again.
bring them all down here if they want to have a crack, because they ain't beating the Aussie boys in wildcard. That's what I say.
No, not when they're playing like that, that's for sure.
Well, there are the standings, and there are our two teams for the Birmingham Major.
Now, imagine if at this point in time we announce that there's 3 OCE teams going to the Major and Scrims get to go after all.
Give the people what they want, Blast. Whoever's in charge, Epic Games, come on. I know Fortress would absolutely love it, but just to give you final thoughts, we'll go down the line, starting with you, Yummy. Thoughts on the first split of the 2025 season?
No, I'm really happy, as I said, that I feel like we have the 2 best teams going over. But most of all, I'm just really thankful once again that Fortress came in and stepped up. I don't think we'd have a broadcast without them. Obviously, a big shout out to you two and Formal and in making sure that we actually have some casters that are able to cover this as well, because we want to make sure that OCE is always growing, that the best region always has a broadcast. And yeah, massive shout out to Fortress.
Yeah, no, just echoing Yummy's thoughts. Echoing Yummy's thoughts there with Fortress. They've come in super clutch. The production team is incredible. And of course, we love having a broadcast on. We want to be able to display these team skills. Obviously, they're so deserving of these spots. They absolutely should be there. They are going to be massive contenders in Birmingham. We've got to put on a show. We have to show the OCE audience who's representing them, what we've got. And yeah, you're right. 2 best teams have made it through. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Absolutely, and I guess the last people we have to thank is you guys watching at home, because if you guys don't show up week in, week out, then we can't do this, and we want to keep on doing this. I'm sure Fortress want to keep putting it on, and I'd love to do it again next split. So thank you to all of the fans watching back at home, whatever team that you were rooting for, whatever player that you're idolizing, keep on coming back next split, because we'll still be here. Massive shout out again to Fortress Global, and the entire production team, the admins, everyone putting on the show. That is it from us here for the OCE Birmingham split. Cheer on Wildcard, cheer on the healthy Chiefs, and we'll see you guys, well, I'd say soon, but it's a little bit of a break, but yeah, tune into Birmingham. Much love.
number you have dialed is not